Bot Riz. Bot Riz. Riz in the bot Riz. Riz, bot Riz. I've not gotten the tile here. No. I said it, or I got the other one yesterday, the one you get from the egg. I got that, but about it. Like I said, once it hits, it's gonna hit because I have all 4 of my accounts on one tile. Time to grab all my shit from my other accounts real quick. Do you sell it? Yeah. Sold it for like 180 mil. I'm like, I don't know how long this shit's gonna stay for or not, so I'm like, let me go ahead and get rid of it. Gamble, which I just finished preparing for before I got on stream now. I actually did gambling already this morning, but I'm doing it again. So y'all, second. Cause dog, like look at this price, 835,000? Those are cheap as fuck. I don't know what the hell is happening with these global event gifts, but I am absolutely taking advantage of that. Nah, I'm good. Appreciate it though. I'm not buying hype eggs anymore. They ain't worth it. Don't be stupid. No, no, no. Don't do that. I'm doing it because I have hella diamonds. Don't do that. Deadass would not be worth. Don't you dare fucking do it. Matter of fact, I'm about to show you why it's dumb. Not for me to lose money. Well, I mean, I can just go ahead and show you now. Because I bought 643 of these. I just like opening these because I know I'm gonna make profit either way. Alright, let's go. Maybe I get lucky and get a lot of huges this time, who knows. I got 2 last time and I also opened up 600 of them. Okay, man. Just prove me wrong already, dude. Okay. Alright, that's fake news. Not a real, that's not real. No, it's got to be more than that, absolutely. I'd probably assume it's in the 1,000. Yeah, that's not how lucky I usually get. Like I said, I opened 600 and got fucking, but I got 600, I got 2. I've done 500 before and got 0 huges. Like I said, it's literally gambling. Just I prefer the odds of these gambling. I could absolutely tell you it's not that much. The thing is, I don't know if it's, like, the odds of it are the, thing on, actually, um, now it's time. At a time. Anytime I've done mass open, I had never. Let me go pee real quick first, though. I probably could have had a Titanic by now if I didn't waste all my diamonds gambling. So that's a 1 in 500 chance. Okay, cool. Nice. Like I said, I don't know what it is. I just know some days when I do this, I get it hella easily. Like I'll end up getting like 3 or 4 of them out of just 300. Other day, I've rolled 500 plus and got 0. Just me personally, I feel like I'm making money. Or not making money, I'm making a lot of my money back doing this. I am gambling and I'm getting a couple huges, but I feel like I'm getting a lot of money back. That's all that matters. Because I want to gamble, but... Like I said, don't even need to essentially be insane profit. I get profit and it feels good enough, I'm happy. That's really it for me. Plus I enjoy opening. Because I like gambling. Don't get me wrong, I like gambling, but I don't want to do it with real money. That shit seems stupid. Another one. Is what a rainbow. No. Also, I didn't get this one. Even initially for me, before I even open the rewards, I usually get 2 million diamonds back, which already pays for 2 of them. Like I said, if you ever do gamble, even with me telling you not to, these I would say are the best ones just because of the simple fact that, what is it? You get a lot of your money back. To see like these, like look at the other rewards. They look like dog shit. Like I said, if you want to continue opening yours when you get them, that's fine, but I would absolutely, unless you have a full team of Huges, I would not, with a good heart, tell you you should try this. I tell you hold off. Like, once you eventually get to a stage where you have, like, expendable money, yeah. Like, right now, I shouldn't even be opening this shit. Probably gonna stop after doing these, because the thing is, like, I still need to buy books. Yeah, and even what you just said just sounds like somebody with a gambling addiction. You're like, I should sell a huge to gamble. I'm like, please don't fucking do that. Yeah. Sounds like somebody on the last dollar. See, my luck has ended, and I'm gonna end with only 2 huges again. See, it's gonna be all good for me once every team of mine have all huges. Because once that happens, whenever I get huges from this, I can sell it and actually make profit back. But see, the thing is, whenever I get huges, I keep them. That's the biggest issue. If I were to sell the huges back, yeah, I'd probably be making a lot more money than I am. That's the fact that I keep every huge I get. Like I said, I need to fill up every team with all huges. He's another huge. Just one more, and I won't ask for any more. I shouldn't even sold the rainbow I got last night, but I wanted to gamble, so. Oh, another huge bet. Just a regular. One day opening these, I'm going to get a rainbow shiny, and that's worth as much as a Titanic. also another thing I need to get, especially. Matter of fact, hold on. I didn't see if I got anything. Oh well. Give me a second. I need to do this real quick. Yep. I would say yes. You can make a little bit of money, not as much, but you can definitely make some of your money back, which, big W. Hold on, I'm on my main, or I'm on my alt accounts using my fruits, which I don't even really need that many. Yeah, secret keys are an absolute one where I'm just like, you should probably keep them. Oh, I'm dumb. Why did I do this on this account? Alright, cool. No huges. Okay, good. None of my fucking accounts were even close to running out of fruit. I was worried about that. Thankfully, I got all accounts except my main, because my main's 99. But I'm glad I got all of my accounts to Fruit Mastery 90, so it can queue up 100 of them. I need to eventually get it to 99 for all, so I can basically just, what is it? So I can essentially just, have it toggled to where every time it needs to use a fruit again, it just automatically uses the fruit. That's gonna help me out a lot. Like, once I finish a lot of shit, I'll be good. Like, that's what I need to be spending my money on, honestly, but I'm sped. Like, I need to finish my... You finish getting Fruit Mastery 99 on all accounts, so that way when I collect fruit, I can sell it and make a lot of money off that too. Or even bags, for that matter. So... on over. Some of these, I got 3 huges, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy. If we get one more for the road, that'd be dope, but nah, that's fine. Yeah, I got 3 so far. Actually, I'll probably gamble again, I can't lie. Like, why the fuck are these prices so cheap? I've never seen global gifts this cheap. I need to take advantage of it. I'm addicted, I don't care. Fuck it, who cares anymore? Because I spent 561 million diamonds. Dog, they're like 832k per. Dog, it's literally insane. I like gambling these anyway. These are the ones I always open anyway. But the fact they are this cheap, I'm gonna keep doing it until there's no more. They're very cheap. What I presume is just the fact that last the last update we had, everybody was collecting them obviously, but then everybody was saving them for some fucking reason. To all sell at the very end of the whatever, like the event world. I don't know why they did that. That was stupid. Also why I haven't sold these that I earned. And even this right now, why I'm not selling them. Because I saved them for when they're actually worth a little more money. I wish you said that earlier. Now I gotta ban you because now I'm mad at you because I'm dumb. I know. But now I feel dumb as hell, so now I gotta ban you because I'm too insecure. Also, I'm joking, obviously. I should have done that. Um, but since I am such an enjoyer of gambling, I think I will gamble some more. So let me this count. I'm actually surprised. No offense to you, but you're the first person that has joined my stream in months that I didn't know that didn't immediately ask for shit. So I appreciate that. Are they not? Damn. Oh wait, hold on. Uh, can you keybind this button? Um, um, Armstone. Um, um, oh wait, no, I can't do that. Add bind. Great, time to go to Razer Synapse. Dog, they're really good. Does it not say I hatched any? Or is it not even work? I have it set to P, right? Oh. How many keys did you have? What the fuck? How the fuck did you have that many? What is your problem? Why did you have that many tech keys? What the fuck? You're going to hell. Why the fuck did you have that many? What the hell? Did you buy them? For that much? Or did you buy them in general, I should say? Yeah, but how long did that take? Jesus Christ. Time to... Oh yeah, now it's like over. There's no way you're profiting. Take that, take that, take this. See, I'm suffering just doing the regular fucking... What is it? See, 6.5k? I have this from the hacker event. I farmed all those. See, I don't even want to sell these. That's the issue with me. Right now, I'd rather just buy these and give them to all 4 accounts. Yeah. They all have huge hunter pass on them. This one has every single one. Like, every single game pass. This one, I should be getting every single game pass. Vault? I don't think so at the moment. Hey Project, you wanna buy a bunch of lucky pots? I know you want to. I know you've been waiting all day to buy some lucky pots. I mean, it's good. You only really need auto farm. I'm just dumb and waste money. Selling any of these? Nope. I'm so glad they did the shift click thing. I think that's the best part of the update, I'm not gonna lie. I like the game passes. Like I said, I just don't necessarily think it needs to be. I like auto tap, but it's not something I'm gonna go out of my way to get, you know? On. Discord. I'm gonna say no because I hatched like 15 during. I hatched a shit ton during that whole thing or whatever. During the whole, you know, yada yada. Hatched a lot of huges. And see, like, most of these I hatched. Yeah, Huge Hunter is not a... Huge Hunter is really good. You can get huges from, you know, regular shit, but... yeah, it's generally harder. Nobody... Wait. Oh, shit. I restarted my PCs. I don't have it. My macro auto clicker. It's worth if you play this game a lot. That's the thing, Classic. You're someone like me that loves this game. Like I said, most kids don't get it because they aren't adults. As a non-adult, yeah, this would be really stupid to get. I'm gonna be real. It's something like that, but I didn't keep those on my main account, right? Like I grabbed those stupid ass. At the end of the day, is it not worth it? Sure. But if you had fun, it's worth it. I don't understand that thought process. If you had fun playing the game and used money for the game and enjoyed it, Wait, what? Did I just hatch another one? Wait, what you... Yeah, I hatched one dog. This account up here, I have AFKing, and the whatever. This account dropped, for some reason during this update, it dropped 3 huges in like 3 hours. It dropped the UV cat, it dropped a regular panda, and then it dropped a rainbow giraffe. Like, dog, what's wrong with this account? That's the thing. People, I don't think, understand that the huge hunter pass literally gives you a fucking, what is it? Increase your chance to get an active huge by 6,250%. Before these two got huge hunter whatevers, they dropped huges. Or a huge, I should say. What the fuck? A lot of people who I've introduced to this game and who have actually started playing because of me, I've actively told them this game, sorry to say, this game is pay to win. That's just a thing. Feel you. Like I said, it literally is just a matter of, like I said, it's pay to win. Oh, we can talk about PSX. I have every game pass in that game on 2 accounts. I only hatched 4 huges the entire time I played. But a good thing though, I believe they confirmed it on Twitter. You can unlimitedly transfer pets from PSX still. So if you like have terrible luck on this game, or you had a bunch of game passes on PSX, and you'd rather go to hatch that doodle cat, that's like 1 in 27,000. Yeah, it was, and then somebody said you could still transfer after the date, and they're like, "Ups, well, I guess we'll just keep it up." Yeah, Doodle Cat is, yeah. Only ever got 2, which is fucking stupid. Every other huge was atrocious. I think I saw some of them that you could still get as like 1 in a billion. Yeah, but then you gotta realize you can only hatch with 8 eggs at once. They are. And it's only 100 mil, but I mean, I guess if you had game passes in that game, but I mean, like, I don't know. Oh shit. No, not that. Oop. Yeah, it'll take absolute longer, but like I said, I AFK'd that game overnight and all day trying to get it huge. And it was so fucking difficult. No, you cannot. Absolutely not. Hell no. I can tell you somebody that did that for weeks straight in Pet Sim X. Absolutely not. Yeah, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get it, though. That's the big thing. Like I said, you gotta realize it only hatches 8 at a time, and out of those 8, each one has a chance to get it, but it's 1 in 27,000. Which is why, like, in this game, plus there's no hatch animation speed in Pet Sim X. I'm gonna sell these sieges, I'm sorry. I'm an addict. I'm an addict, erratic. Pull out the semi-automatic. I don't know. And also, you have to play Pet Sim X instead of Pet Sim 99. The only reason I could see somebody doing that is if they had, like, hella game passes before. Right? They had hella game passes before the shit. And they just, or they had hella game passes in Pet Sim X. But don't have it in this game, I guess. I mean, it might be a good idea for... Hold on. Where's that picture? Yeah, it's 1 in 16.67 million. That's what I told you. It's a 1 in 16.67 million chance. Or are you talking about on the board? You're talking about the one on the board? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm dumb. My bad. I mean, it's really just down to you get lucky. Cause I assume for it, I know it might be like a 1 in 80 chance because there's 80 things on the board, but at the end of the day, there's probably a thing in the code to make it to where if you are, you know, doing that, you actually goes for it's a way lower chance on the tiles you stand on. See, that's why I'm a gambler. That's why I have all 4 of my accounts on the thing. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, Kobe. Well, he didn't say that specifically. I think you misunderstood it. Sound. Hold on real quick. Yeah, I saw it, but he said people were misinterpreting it. It is not an 80% chance. Kobe's retarded anyway. That 80%, somebody quote tweeted and said, basically once you're on a tile, the odds change to something unknown. That's why it locks you on a specific tile. Those are the true odds. The huge appearing on 1 out of 80 tiles is just a visual and means nothing. Yeah, it absolutely is not like... Like, that's the biggest thing, is that people don't want to... Or, that's what a lot of people got wrong. Boom. In the peak. Oh, man. Now, in the land. MBA. Law enforcement history. History. Now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Alright. Hold on. My favorite person is Baldy. Baldy is a, name is the casual
To another episode
criminalist.
of the Casual.
And I love him. Awesome. He's epic. Basically, I'll watch videos on this stream, by the way, while hatching and whatever else. Ugh. Oh.
Criminalist.
Oh. By the way, if you hear random people in the background talking, I am in the Big Games Discord server on my alt account. Wait, no, I'm retarded. Fucking stupid. That was my video I'm so... I really am. You know what, whatever.
This one, a big one. This is a heavy script. I mean, it's as heavy as it is every week because it's on an iPad, but it's lengthy. Also, this.
God damn it! Why am I still talking? Shut up, gay boy.
Document is just titled Draft 10. I definitely do go back and forth with Liam 10 times. The writer for today's episode 10 times. So it's obviously had a lot of work at home for.
Yeah, the ranks. Higher on my alt to at least. Why do you want to get to 12? What specific reason? Wanting to... I need to just get the macro to auto do quests for me. I'm too lazy at this point.
Liam.
You write your first draft with your heart, and you rewrite with your head.
This is the trial of the century. O.J. Simpson. This is a big one. O.J. Simpson's still around. He's on like Twitter and he went to prison, but right, for like other crimes that weren't related to the murder that he definitely didn't do. There's even a big important here at the top. It says, O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of the murders we are discussing. I do not claim any specific knowledge or evidence of the case we are discussing. All statements contained within this script and episode are statements of my opinion and should not be taken as any more than that. Yes, this is one of those scripts where it's going to be just fairly liberally sprinkled with allegedlys. Also, yeah, no, we're just gonna have to be real careful. I don't know a lot about the
I'm gonna be real. As somebody that's leveled up 2 counts past 20, I don't know why, but at rank 16, every fucking quest for Diamond Breakables is doubled. Like, if the previous quest said you have to get 700, during, like, at 16, rank 16, it's fucking, you gotta destroy 1,400 Diamond Breakables. I don't know why rank 16 does that.
O.J. Simpson case, all I know is that a lot of people have an opinion of him being guilty, right? That's not my opinion. I don't know, maybe it will be my opinion after this, but that's all it is, my opinion, and not the opinion of the courts. So, let's just jump in, shall we? If you're new to the show, I've got a script in front of me. It's by Liam. Thank you, Liam. And I've never read it before. I am somewhat ignorant of the O.J. Simpson case. I know this was a huge thing in America, but it was also, I was a kid. What was this? The 90s? Yeah, I was a kid. I didn't really follow like murder trials and stuff because I was a kid. And also, I think it was, before like big international news and stuff, and countries were more in their own bubbles. Like, I feel like today, although the Johnny Depp trial, that was a British thing, wasn't it? Although
I know, that's the thing. No, that's the thing, Project. The issue is it's only rank 16 where it does that. I remember when the rank first came out and I got it. I'm like, dude, why the fuck is this like double? But both times on both bottom accounts, whenever I went to rank 16, it was like you have to destroy 1,600 diamond breakables. I'm like, dog, what the fuck is this?
then it became an American thing. But so, look, I don't know. Let's just jump into it. I'm saying I don't know as much as much about this as many people listening do. So if I'm sounding ignorant, it's because I am ignorant. So.
No, I'm talking about it's only on rank 16. That's what I'm trying to say, man. '17, it goes back to 800 diamond breakables. It's only rank 16 where it's like you gotta destroy 1,600. No. That's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. It's only for that rank. Every other one after that has been like 800, 900, 1,000, but only for rank 16. Aren't listening to me. Rank 16. That's what I'm talking about. When you have rank 16, the quests make it to where you get like 1,600 diamond breakables you gotta break. It's the only rank.
Let's go. It was just after 4 p.m. on Friday, the 17th of June, 1994.
Must have not, they took close attention to them. But yeah, it was fucking terrible. Both times. I remember on my main account, the first time I got it, I'm like, dog, because I was scared. Because 16 was the max for the rank at that time, because it went from 15 to 16. I'm like, dog, what the fuck is this? I'm like, they better not have increased it that much. Then next update, I went to 17, and it was only 800. I had to just, wait, that rank. And later on, whenever I started my second account, it went up to that too. And I'm like, what the? I mean, I was just so confused.
The Route 91 would become the most famous road in the world. The freeway bisected Los Angeles from San Bernardino in the east to just above Long Beach in the west. However, today, none of that would matter. The road would become host to one of the most televised events in American history, with approximately 103 Americans tuning in, which is like a third of the population. That's absolutely mental. 7 separate helicopters, each owned by different news agencies, were fighting for air rights barely a few hundred yards from the highway below. The road below them was at its all-time quietest, with only 20 police cars occupying it. Oh, and of course, one white 1993 Ford Bronco. Driving that car was famous American football player and actor who, in only a few weeks' time, would stand trial for several felonies. That's right, the man was Al Cowlings, also known as A.C. Cowlings, a man who had struck on a bit of rough luck recently. His best friend, O.J. Simpson, had recently been accused of a brutal double homicide and now is being accused of aiding and abetting a fugitive, mainly because he was. In the back of the car was the man, the mystery, the glove enthusiast, or in full, James Simpson. Glad he's called OJ, because Orenfall is tricky. The 6'1" former athlete had that morning been charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree for the killings of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ronald Lyle Goldman. Promptly upon being informed of these charges, he reached out to his lawyer, Robert Shapiro, infamous for being the lawyer to the stars. After this, Shapiro arranged for over a dozen doctors and psychiatrists to swarm the house where OJ was being kept, the house of Robert Kardashian.
By the way, if you don't know, for anybody that's younger, Robert Kardashian is the Kardashians' dad. Like, this is how they got famous, by the way. Is because their dad was a lawyer that helped get O.J. Simpson off.
After the examinations of the doctors, OJ somehow, without any of the doctors, his lawyer, or his friends noticing, snuck out of the house and into the waiting white Bronco of AC Cowlings. From there, OJ told AC he couldn't handle it anymore, and AC needed to take him home so that he could speak to his mother. So, now we return to the scene of OJ in the Bronco. It's easy to imagine how the sweltering heat only made the stressful situation worse. OJ was one of the most famous athletes turned actors of the entire 20th century, and now he risked losing everything. As the chase dragged on, OJ passed several supporters who had set up on the overpasses of the freeway. Those supporters were carrying signs such as, "We love you, OJ," or "F pigs." You know, the normal things you say to support celebrity accused of double murder. Journalists also flooded the scene to question these supporters, finding out that most of them didn't necessarily support OJ, but more just hated the LAPD. As OJ sat in the backseat, wondering what would happen for the rest of his life, the phone rang. On the other end was Detective Philip Vanatta, one of the leading investigators into the murders. By all accounts, OJ firstly apologized for the drama that had been created, never wanting to cause a disruption. OJ now asked Vanatta whether he would be allowed to drive home, and he told him that he wanted to call his mother one last time. The detective, who would later be called a rabid racist by the defense, pleaded with OJ for his life, telling him that he knew it looked bad now, but things would improve and that nobody wanted OJ to end it. Wait, he was threatening to kill himself? I didn't get that. At this point, OJ cocked the gun, placing it to the root of his mouth, and the record scratched. The camera zoomed past the understandably stressed AC and straight to OJ's still face. Looking right into the camera, OJ said, "Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation." Okay, so maybe that last bit was an embellishment by me, but the remainder of this entire story feels more like a TV drama than it does reality, so I think it fits. Now, are you ready to hear about the story that spawns not only the 24-hour news cycle, the media's appetite to cover every second of a celebrity in any type of court, and the eldritch horrors known as the Kardashians? Well, then, let's begin, because in today's episode we're going to be taking a look at the murder trial of O.J. Simpson. Chapter 1. A task for the audience. Today's Casual Criminalist is going to take a rather different approach to normal. I would normally set out the facts that we know happens by looking at the police reports, coroner's reports, and any reports made by judges or other judicial officers. Now, there's a problem with this case, though, as O.J. Simpson is legally not a murderer, and that's the only type of not that matters. That's right, I somehow talked Factboy into letting me do a Casual Criminalist on a man who is technically innocent, or at least not guilty. Those are two very different things. Although it's not that simple, OJ was found not guilty by a jury of his peers. In interviews given by the jurors following the case, many came to doubt the validity of the jury's decision. Wait, the jury was doubting the jury's decision? Oh god.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
To make the matter even more complex, on the 5th of February 1997, a lawsuit was brought forward by the parents of Ron Goldman. In this lawsuit, a different jury found OJ liable for the wrongful deaths that he had just been found not guilty of. This serves to highlight several points about this case. Firstly, nobody can agree on what actually happened. Secondly, and importantly for dear old Simon, to the standard of evidence which is used in defamation trials, O.J. Simpson has been shown to have killed Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, meaning we don't need to use as much allegedly in this episode, at least not for O.J. So now that I've covered our legal basis, how am I going to cover a case where the only thing people can agree on is that they don't agree with anyone about it? Well, that was easy. I'm giving the hard job to you, the audience. I'm going to first outline the key people in this case, meaning OJ himself, the two victims, the important lawyers, the judge, and the police officers involved. Whilst doing this, I'm also going to cover all of the evidence that is uncontroverted in this case. Then I'm going to outline the prosecution's case and the defense case as it was presented at trial. Finally, I'm going to touch on what happens with the real jury and a small little book that OJ had to go and write, which some have taken as a confession. After that, I'm going to ask you to decide whether you think OJ is guilty or not guilty of the murders that he was accused of.
I met a single person that has said that he was. OJ was clearly guilty. Let's just stop that right there. It's just the thing that I've even talked with, or I've even seen and talked with people that are black. Or shit. The general sentiment I've seen that they knew he was guilty. They're like, oh yeah, he was guilty. But it's just the fact that a black man was able to get away with the murder. Like how all the, how a bunch of white people and cops get away with murder. Which, I gotta say, valid.
So, audience today, you're like the jury on the OJ trial. Let's go.
Don't make the same mistake.
Now, I get this is a far different style to what we normally do on this channel. Normally, we tell the story with a focus on the victims. Unfortunately, in this case, the story of the trial has dominated the textbooks ever since AC's white Bronco hit the TV screen. So instead of honoring the victims in our normal way, I've decided to attempt to honor them by ensuring that I give you all the information I can to make all of you mini experts on this case. It's obvious that I do have a bias, as shall become clear, but regardless, I am going to present the prosecution case and the defense case as it was presented, to give each side a fair shot. As part of this fair shot, I also ask that you all wait until you've heard everything I have to say before coming to your decisions. I would also appreciate it if people could make sure to comment here or on Reddit or wherever they listen to the podcast to let us know what you think of this new style. Now, without further ado, let's begin the story of OJ Simpson and how he brutally murdered two people. Allegedly. Liam. I know he's reading in the defamation thing, but you just want to throw in that allegedly. Like, murder of two people. According to the later lawsuit, not the criminal lawsuit about the actual murder. I'm just gonna put in the allegedlys where I feel like, I know that you're the lawyer, Liam, but I'm still like nervous because I'm the one putting this out there. Chapter 2, Gathering the Oranges. Before we begin the discussion of the case, we must first ask the question of who is O.J. Simpson, and importantly, is he litigious? We also have to understand... Liam, what are you doing to my life, mate? You also have to understand how big OJ's name was. His fame was the singular reason that so much of the trial would turn out to be far more like a reality show than a serious court, which was trying to solve the murders of two innocent people. OJ was born 9th of July 1947 to Eunice Simpson, a hospital administrator. His father, Jimmy Lee Simpson, was a local chef and a well-known local drag queen. Jimmy would separate from Eunice in 1952, meaning OJ would grow up in a single-parent family in the 1950s. OJ's early life was not an easy one, not a hard statement to make for an African American growing up in the 1950s. To make matters worse, soon after birth, OJ would be diagnosed with rickets. Rickets is a debilitating illness that develops from a person's lack of certain vitamins in their diet. It was an illness that, at the time, was strongly associated with the African American community. This condition itself weakens a person's bones, resulting in easily broken and often bendy bones. This was most pronounced on OJ through the bending of his femurs, which resulted in OJ's gait being described as bow-legged. OJ's condition was so aggressive that he had to use leg braces until he was 5. Luckily, though, the usage of these braces prevented any more permanent damage. It also wasn't until the age of 5 that OJ even knew his name as Orenthal. He only found out when a teacher read his name out on the register. Up till then, he'd believed his name was OJ. OJ grew up in Potrero Hill neighborhood of San Francisco, California, which at the time was a predominantly working-class neighborhood. Marguerite Simpson, his childhood sweetheart and future wife, would describe OJ as a really awful person at that time, which was partly due to his involvement in the Persian Warriors street gang. His childhood sweetheart described him as a really awful person. Why were they childhood sweethearts? He was a horrible man that I loved.
Been there, done that, had that.
It was this involvement with the Warriors that would lead to his life-changing decision. OJ at various points throughout his childhood was arrested. This included one stint of incarceration at the San Francisco Youth Guidance Center. It was at a meeting arranged by this center that OJ met the famed baseball player Willie Mays. I've heard of Willie Mays, which is unusual for me because I don't follow sports, especially American sports. Mays was the first player in history to hit 30 home runs in an all-star game. As a Brit, I have no clue what that means, but I do get the impression that it might be a tad impressive. Yeah, I've also okay. Okay, good. Good job with that achievement of 30 home runs, especially to a working-class teenager on the wrong side of the law who had a major sporting interest. Chapter 3, Creating the Juice.
What?
OJ would go on to describe how his discussion with Mays led to him making a decision to go clean. As a result, in 1965, OJ graduated from the Galileo Academy of Science and Technology and
By the way, also in that post, though, it was said that the, what is it? The shit saying that it's like, what is it? Hold on. What the fuck is it? The board, like the tile board, it showing a huge is just visual. It wasn't actually landing there. So like you might notice that every single time it lands on the tile right next to you, that's just a visual thing. It's not the actuality. Like it didn't just land next to you. It's just how the board looks to, I presume, Preston's sick idea to piss us off.
and doled around for a few months. At one point, he apparently considered joining the army to fight in Vietnam. This was until an unnamed friend talked him out of this choice and instead convinced OJ to enroll at the City College of San Francisco. This wouldn't be the last time OJ would be involved with military training, though. From there, he would then move to the University of Southern California, USC, where OJ would begin breaking records. For both of his years at USC, 1967 and 1968, OJ would score the highest in both yards and touchdowns nationally. In 1967, he was considered as a runner-up for the Heisman Trophy, and in 1968, he'd finally receive it. Now, to any non-Americans, such as both me and Simon, the Heisman may be a completely new thing that you've never encountered. Indeed. No idea what that
I've
is.
heard of
I'm
it,
not even
but
sure if
I
I'm
don't know
pronouncing
if
it
it is.
right. As such, I did also research the trophy, and apparently, and apologies if I get something wrong, it is awarded to the most outstanding player of American football each year, as long as that player is west of the Mississippi. OJ was even more notable because the margin he won the trophy by would be the largest margin for 51 years. That is impressive. So he's good at this sport,
Oh yeah, that's one thing. OJ, he was really good at. Like he was in the, like he's a goat at football.
I also feel I should pause at this point to explain just how significant American football and sports are in general in America. Now, I might not know much about sports, and I might not know much about America, but I do know that sports are big. Like, people love sports. Like, sports has never been a part of my culture. Like, growing up and stuff, it was never a thing. But in America, it's like sports is a big deal, like in school, in university. In school and university, for me, sports was something I had to do, and that some people enjoyed and some didn't. And then at university, I just didn't even think about sports. But in America, it's like this like college football and where like it's a huge thing, and people go to university on scholarships just because they're good at sports. It's
You guys are acting like he's saying this shit like, yeah, no shit. It's because it gets so much goddamn money. The people that are doing sports, they are making those schools millions, millions of dollars every year.
like, what are you doing at Harvard? Playing football. It's like, do you study anything? No, not really. Somehow I pass my classes. It's very strange, America. In America, there are very
They didn't pass the class. They basically got a, like, cosign.
very few ways to get ahead in life. Is that true? I feel like maybe I'm like idealistic or whatever, but isn't America all about like social mobility and stuff? Like, I feel like countries like Britain, social mobility is a bit shit. It doesn't really happen very much. But in America, like, don't people become rich and have that American dream and whatnot more than...
Yo, what's this guy about to annoy me with? Yo, grade. Matter of fact, what's his IVEK? Yeah, you can offer some fucking money, dumbass. Like, leave me alone. You ain't getting shit. Matter of fact, I'ma entertain it. I don't care. Let's see. What the fuck is he gonna offer? He offering? Offer. This would be my first huge just wait. The offer.
like other...
I mean, always doing some shit. Fuck no, I'm not accepting that trade. Are you kidding me? Pass away. Fuck.
other countries? Is that just an outsider's view of like idealized America? I don't know. However, one of those few ways is sports, which can catapult you from any economic background to the upper echelons of American society. As such, even though he hadn't left university, OJ was already making a name for himself, a brand he would grow over the preceding years. I want to clarify that that is not a hot take, but it is a commonly held perception. OJ would make history again in 1969 when he went pro, signing with the Buffalo Bills for $650,000, which is... It's a lot of money now, but it's a lot more money in the 1960s. This was the largest contract ever signed in American professional sports up to that point, and began the trend we still see today of ludicrous amounts of money being thrown about for athletes. It's not ludicrous, it's what the market bears. Like, it's not like people are like randomly throwing money at athletes, although the Saudi government and that new golf tour. It's like, yeah, sure, we'll pay like this guy $150 million just to come play on our tour, which is utterly mental. They have too much money.
I don't think that's a thing.
This would not be the last record OJ would slash. See what I did there? OJ would slash. Oh god, what am I missing? So stupid. In 1973, OJ would become the first player in professional history to rush over 2,000 yards, which, for those of us who believe football is a sport where your foot actually hits the ball, I believe means he ran 2,000 combined yards that season while holding the ball. Okie dokie. I'm not
Damn. Wasn't that like a record that was held forever?
even sure. A yard is like about a meter, right? It's like almost a meter. That's quite far. Simpson's sporting career would last all the way up until 1978, when an injury would put an early end to his season. He would retire the next year, with his final game being played on December the 16th, 1979. 6 years later, OJ would be placed into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and in 2019, he would controversially be named in the National Football League's 100th anniversary all-time All-Star team. It was also while playing sports that OJ would receive the name Juice. This became a well-used nickname that he was so well known by that it would even appear on court documents. Sports was only half of the coin here, though.
God, if you love me right now, you're gonna give me. God isn't.
It had gotten OJ's name into a few households in the 70s. It was his acting career that would get it into households for the next decade and beyond, and also provide him all the practice that he'd need for the murders to come, allegedly. OJ had been acting for as long as he had been in professional football. That is actually how he got his record-breaking offer from the Bills, using leverage from being an actor. He would describe the moment that changed it all, though, in 1974. While filming the movie The Klansman, OJ reported that he saw lead actors Lee Marvin and Richard Burton place an order for chili from Beverly Hills' famous Chasen's restaurant, which on the face of it doesn't sound that impressive. It was the fact that the two actors had the chili delivered by private jet that got OJ's attention. Holy shit. This is like super gangster in the 1970s. Today, though, they would never publicize this, or this would never come out, because it would be like, bro, that is terrible for the environment, and now we hate you. Whereas back in the 70s, it was like, gangster, that's a baller ass right there. And I'm still kind of like, that is sick. Even though I know how bad it is for the environment, I'm still like, that's pretty cool. I don't think anyone can deny that it's cool. Even if it's terrible for the environment, it's still cool. He would go on to describe how that singular moment made him decide that he wanted a change of career. It's very cool how he's a movie star and also an athlete at the same time. It's not like he became a movie star because of his career as an athlete. It's just he seems to be doing these two things at the same time, which is fairly awesome. I have to say, I didn't even know he was an actor. Like, I really don't know much about this. As a result, OJ would go on to star in several films, with the highlights being 1974's Towering Inferno and the entire Naked Gun trilogy, which first released in 1998 and had its final release in 1994, 3 months before the murders. I've seen none of these movies.
Nothing to be embarrassed about.
Naked Gun's that comedy one, right? With the dude with the white hair, which everyone is going to go nuts for me not knowing his name. But anyway, doesn't matter. The movies made him a household celebrity, and now they were going to make him a celebrity trained in slashing throats. What? Did he do like some stunt? Like, I don't, because I've not seen the movies. I assume in Towering Inferno, because that sounds more like a throat slashing movie, that he had to be trained how to slash someone's throat. Jesus.
He has no idea.
I feel like if I was being directed and they were like,
okay, Simon, then what we want to do is you have you go over there and slash that person's throat.
I'd be like, I've seen enough movies to vaguely idea and know how it happens. Do you really need to train your actors to be like, well, what you want to do is really get in deep with that knife? It's like Daniel Day-Lewis be like, I've slashed so many throats in preparation for this role. Oh God, Daniel. The most significant project which OJ starred in for our purposes was the 1994 show Frogmen. Now, any fans of OJ may be confused, as no such show was ever released. That is because NBC made the decision to cancel the show after the trial began. In the show, OJ would play the leader of a team of Navy SEALs in a similar structure as the A-Team, with weekly adventures and hijinks being thrown into the mix. However, this was not the chilling part. That show actually sounds like a bit of a laugh. I'd probably watch that. The key evidence came to light when the prosecution uncovered details of this show in documents found at the Simpson address. They discovered that not only had OJ received training in hand-to-hand fighting for the show from real-life Navy SEALs, but that the exact knife that they suspected was used in the killing was the exact make and model of knife that OJ was trained with. It's like, oh my God, really? That's what you chose? The knife being a rare SEAL exclusive knife, which was also specially produced for the TV show. Although not impossible to come by on the civilian market, these knives were certainly considered rare. Now you might be thinking at this point, how could any jury acquit after hearing that? I don't know. I'm also thinking reasonable doubt's a super powerful thing, and that is not nearly enough evidence.
I'm not one of the.
Although it's like mad suspicious. Well, that's because they never heard that. The prosecution decided to never bring this evidence before the jury. Why not? It's very persuasive. Well, they never actually explained their reason beyond the fact that TV shows were fiction. Wait, what? That's got nothing to do with it. Of course TV shows are fiction, but he really acted in them. It's not like him acting in the TV show was fiction. That happens. We refer to this in the law business as a cock-up. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Oh my God. Chapter 4. She was a girl, he was a water boy. Oh, he was a girl. Da 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 da. Who's that? Avril Lavigne? Is that Avril Lavigne?
Avril Lavigne.
See you later, boy.
At trial, one story was told again and again. That is the story of O.J. Simpson, but that isn't how we do it here at Casual Criminalist. I want to make sure to tell you the story of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, the latter of whom is often forgotten by many people when telling the story of this case. To anybody playing my game of did O.J. do it or not, I'd also advise you to pay particularly close attention to what I write about Nicole, as I will be covering the ordeal she went through that was her relationship with O.J. This has also been proven in court, so no need for any allegedlys here either. Nicole was born in Frankfurt, West Germany on the 19th of May 1959 to a German mother and an American father, both of whom survived her. Not much is known about her early life other than the fact that she moved to America shortly before starting education at Rancho Alamitos High School in Garden Grove, California. She graduated from high school in 1976 and met Simpson in 1977 while working as a waitress at the Daisy, a Beverly Hills private club. At the time of their meeting, Nicole was 18 and O.J. was both 30 and also married to his pregnant first wife, Marguerite. Simpson and Marguerite would divorce 2 years later in 1979, but by all accounts, O.J. and Nicole had been in a relationship since shortly after meeting. O.J. had alleged in interviews that he was introduced to Nicole with the express purpose of entering into a relationship with her by his manager. Nicole and O.J. would marry on the 2nd of February 1985, and their marriage would last 5 years. Why would your manager be like, okay, what we're going to do is we're really thinking about your image here, O.J., as a sportsman and a movie star. So we want you to divorce your pregnant wife and get married to this waitress. That's going to be a good look for your career, O.J. No manager would ever say this. That's the sort of thing a manager would hear about and then go,
Have you lost your mind?
They would have 2 children together whilst married. Throughout their marriage, O.J. abused Nicole several times, culminating in an arrest in 1989 when O.J. was charged with spousal abuse. O.J. entered a nolo contendiere plea. Okay, fancy with a Latin there, I've never heard of that. Meaning he claimed he was innocent, but acknowledged that he probably would be convicted on the evidence. Before sentencing, Nicole's parents convinced her to drop the charges, allegedly on the grounds that O.J. had provided Nicole's father with lucrative investment options. So he bought them off. He bought off the parents. And it's like, holy shit. If I was in that situation, I'd be like, yeah, cool, I'll take your investment. And fuck you. Guess where I'm going now? Court. And what are you going to say? That you take back my investments that you tried to bribe me with? Because that's not going to look good for you either, is it? Because I'm going to go to the press. Because fuck you. But I guess that didn't happen. That would just be my spiteful head move. But I can be spiteful because, don't beat my kids. At trial, it was noted that Nicole had called the police on O.J. over a dozen times, yet he was only arrested once. Many when dealing with this have pointed to numerous parties that O.J. threw for the LAPD in his garden, or the numerous fundraisers that he ran for the LAPD as a potential reason why he was only ever arrested once.
Big dub.
Uh-oh. That's what we call corruption. Again, allegedly. I will also note that the 911 tapes of those calls were leaked to the press in the middle of the trial, and in those tapes, O.J. can be heard assaulting Nicole, and out of respect for Nicole, I ask anybody researching this case to avoid them. Oh my, they must be pretty bad then. That's not nice. On the 25th of February 1992, Nicole finally divorced O.J. At this time, O.J. also admitted a 1-year-long extramarital affair which he had in 1998. However, this is where we see the unfortunate reality of domestic violence. After only a few months, allegedly at the request of her parents, you are shitting me, Nicole reconciled her differences with O.J. and returned to him. Who are your parents, Nicole, and why are they doing this? This is not okay. We also have a lot of information from this time about Nicole from her close friends and utter fuckface, Faye Resnick. Okay, who is this? I've never heard of Faye Resnick, but to be introduced into a script as utter fuckface is powerful. The reason she fuckface? She published a book while the trial of O.J. was ongoing, detailing very, very private details around Nicole. A lot of these are unflattering, but they do help tell the story if we can believe them. Wow, you published a book about your dead friend, revealing their private details. Yeah, okay. I see why we used the words fuckface there, in our opinion. Included in the book are stories about Nicole and Faye attending orgies together, doing an extremely large number of drugs, and even having lesbian sex together. Of course, there is no corroborating evidence for most of these claims, the claim surrounding drugs being the only exception. Well, this is one of those things where it's like, have you got some... This seems like... I guess, like, if I was her family, I'd be like, I'm going to definitely talk to some very expensive lawyers about this situation because that doesn't seem okay. And there's no evidence whatsoever. It just sounds like Faye here is trying to capitalize on her friend's death and make a little money. which is morally pretty f***ing horrific, if I'm honest. Faye has since gone on to capitalize on the murder of her best friend, appearing in Playboy magazine, Real Housewives, and Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Oh, you, in my opinion. The insight we gained from Faye is even harder to digest, as she wrote primarily about 1993, when 13 of the 20 calls placed by Nicole to the police occurred. At this point, I want to point out that one of the most frustrating details of the O.J. Simpson case has been that literally everybody involved made a book deal as soon as they could. The worst bit is that due to the lack of any other testimony about this period, these insights from Faye are the best we have, even if the author is a human heap of garbage, in my opinion. I would like to clarify that when I call this book trash, it's not because I challenge its validity. I call it trash because I challenge the taste of publishing a book during the murder trial of your apparent best friend, which details every aspect of their private life. Yeah, that is a trashy move, I would say. And also, you don't have any evidence backing this up, so it does feel like, okay, maybe it's valid, maybe it's not. Who knows? You don't have any evidence. It's just you saying. What do they call it? Hearsay? Something like that? We know from a mixture of police reports and the above-mentioned book that Nicole moved out of OJ's apartment in late 1993 after an incident in October where police were called to the scene of OJ in a furious rage, discovering that Nicole had suffered a black eye. This, like many of the calls before it, led to absolutely no charge. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The police arrive at someone's house, there's a furious man, and his wife has a black eye. How the f*** are you not arresting that man? That is insane. From there, we know very little about Nicole's life. By most accounts, she got clean, cut all contact with OJ, and began her life anew. However, this new life was tragically stolen from her on the evening of Sunday the 12th of June 1994, in details that we'll be covering after introducing Ron Goldman. Notably, less is known about Ronald Lyle Goldman, partly due to the fact that he simply wasn't a public figure, and also because the media just seemed not to care about him. His father, Fred Goldman, and mother, Sharon Goldman, have been extremely vocal since the trial, decrying how the media has constantly referred to Nicole as the victim and Ronald as the unfortunate collateral. I will also cut one myth short right now. It has often been reported that Ron was Nicole's secret boyfriend. This is a matter that has never been proven, wasn't even claimed by Faye Resnick's book, and seems to only be claimed by OJ and his supporters as some sick way to justify any potential killing. I give this theory zero time, as there is no evidence to back it up whatsoever. Ron grew up in Buffalo Grove, Illinois, near Chicago. He later moved to California sometime in 1986, where he would pursue a career as a male model. We know from his friend Jeff Keller that Ron planned to pursue the possibility of owning his own restaurant, and as a result began working at the Mezzaluna Trattoria restaurant in Brentwood. This was the same restaurant that was frequented by Nicole and OJ, and was apparently where Nicole finally told OJ to never contact her again sometime in late 1993. According to a piece published in the Los Angeles Times 3 days after his death, Ron met Nicole only 6 weeks before the day they were killed, which resulted in him borrowing her Ferrari. However, when showing this Ferrari to his friends, he would stress that Nicole was only a platonic friend, something backed up by every friend of Nicole questioned by the police in the weeks that follow. So, again, it doesn't seem there's any evidence to say that they were in a relationship in any way. Like, nothing. It's unfortunate to say that this is where the story of Ronald Goldman ended. He was young, ambitious, and by all accounts, he was making it in life. Since his death, he has been slandered, theorized about, and worst of all, he's been forgotten. If our listeners take one thing from this episode, it's that I want them to remember his name, Ronald Goldman. It's like, this is sad. It is sad. Like, my passing knowledge of this case, I know it was Nicole Simpson, and it was O.J. Simpson, and Nicole Brown Simpson. I know we're just making an episode about her, but like, I didn't know the name Ronald Goldman, and now I do, and now you do as well. Chapter 5, the 12th of June. Now that we've introduced the chief suspect and the victims, we now turn our attention towards the uncontroverted facts of the case. It's time to tell the story of what we know happened on the 12th of June 1994, and of the few events we can be
Janet, you want to buy some more?
sure occurred before the trial. So firstly, let's cover the story of that night. On the evening of the 12th, whilst Ron Goldman was finishing his shift in Mezzaluna, sometime during that evening, Nicole called. Her mother, who is often misreported to have been Nicole herself, had left her sunglasses at the table they had dined at earlier. After a brief search, it was discovered that the sunglasses were in a gutter outside the restaurant. Ron was not the waiter who had served them earlier, however, he did volunteer to drop the glasses off after work. Nicole had gone to the restaurant earlier that day, shortly after attending her daughter's dance recital, which her ex-husband OJ had also attended. After leaving the restaurant, Ron stopped by his apartment and spoke to his roommate briefly, as they had plans to go out clubbing later that evening. This is the last time that Ron was ever seen alive. Sometime after midnight, a neighbor would discover a white dog strolling the streets just outside of 875 South Bundy Drive in Brentwood, the house that Nicole shared with her 2 children. The distressed dog would turn out to be Nicole's Akita, whose once white paws were now stained in blood. The police were called, and the first officer on the scene was Officer Robert Risk, who arrived sometime early on the 13th of June 1994. He quickly determined that there were 2 dead bodies on the secluded walkway leading up to the house, and he also determined that there were 2 children inside the house who were thankfully untouched. Officer Risk would then perform a basic investigation of the crime scene and would discover the infamous black leather glove covered in blood. This would later be misreported as being discovered by Detective Mark Furman. Now, it's important to note that this glove was witnessed not only by Officer Risk, but also by 14 other independent officers and supervisors, all of which arrived before the 3 detectives who would carry out the remainder of the investigation. Those detectives were Detective Mark Furman, Detective Tom Lange, and Detective Philip the Natter. Immediately upon arrival, Detective Furman would point out a bloody fingerprint that could be seen on the gate of the address. Unfortunately, this fingerprint could not be protected by any forensics team and would be destroyed before the night was through. However, it was spotted by several other officers at the scene. While at the scene, the 3 detectives would also observe the injuries suffered by each victim. Nicole had been stabbed 7 times, and her throat had been slit so deep that she had practically been beheaded. She also showed defensive wounds on her wrist. Ron had been stabbed 24 times and suffered blunt force trauma wounds. He also had defensive wounds. Both were announced dead on the scene. She was 35, and he was 20 days short of his 26th birthday. Shortly after identifying the gloves and bodies, a separate officer would identify a bloody footprint and a drop of blood that was some distance from the bodies. It was the belief of the detectives that this blood was from the perpetrator. Furman had a history with Nicole. He had been called out a year earlier to investigate the potential domestic violence between OJ and Nicole. As such, he immediately informed the other detectives who Nicole's ex was. Yeah, you gotta also... The gears are gonna start turning in your brain, being like, oh, did I come to this house last year and kind of ignore that domestic abuse thing? I don't know if it was this detective, but it does seem like that was there were 20 calls and he was arrested once. I don't want to say I don't know, it just seemed a bit corrupt with the parties in his garden and stuff. You got to be like, uh-oh, this escalated and we didn't do anything about it. At this point, the detectives decided to make their way to OJ's Rockingham house in order to notify him of the death of the mother of his children. Immediately upon arrival, I'm sorry, of course, they're not married at this point, so he wouldn't have been there. So it could have been someone else. There's no reason to think, although it's always the husband. You know, that's the meme, isn't it? Those gears must be turning, be like, maybe. Immediately upon arrival, Detective Furman inspected the white Ford Bronco that was left out front. He, as well as the other detectives, noticed a blood splatter on the door of the Bronco. Oh my god, dude. At that point, you got to be like,
Uh-oh.
let's, what do they do in the movies where they just unclip that little button on the gun? Like, you know, so like, you know, they're just like, you know, the detective's like, he changes his expression like, click. The detectives then decided to force entry to check on the safety of OJ in fear that he may also have been a victim. That is not the first thought that would go through my mind. They would later defend their entering of the property without a search warrant under the doctrine of exigent circumstances. This allows an officer to enter a property where they reasonably believe there is risk of serious harm or risk to life. Yeah, that's completely fair. I think this seems very reasonable. Shortly after making entry, they made their way to OJ's guest house, where they met OJ's friend, Kato Kalin. Kato would later become rich off his involvement in the case through deals that he secured on reality TV shows. Oh, God. Of course he did. They then questioned Kato about OJ's whereabouts and were informed that Kato had no clue where Simpson was and that he hadn't seen OJ all day. That's very much in bold in my script here, so I get the feeling that that's an important fact. Let me just read it again for you guys. Kato had no clue where Simpson was, and he said he hadn't seen OJ all day. Get the feeling that's going to be important. While the Natter and Lange questioned Kato, Furman investigated the main house. At this point, wait, can you just poke around? I understand the exigent circumstances thing, where it's like we realize we reasonably think there could be something going on in there, that someone's in danger. And then it's like, okay, we found out there's no one in danger. Hey, let's just poke around the house. I'll be like, bro, what are you doing? Get out of my living room. It's like, you broke in here to check on me. I'm fine. Now get the fuck out. Like, you can't poke around here. Come back with a search warrant. Thank you very much. At that point, he discovered another black and bloody glove in the doorway. It was later determined that this glove was the right-hand partner to the glove that was found at Nicole's house. Oh my lord. You are just littering evidence absolutely everywhere. Are you insane? Later that night, the detectives would call OJ and inform him of Nicole's death as he was in Chicago. Okay, never mind. Maybe he wasn't in town. I get the feeling that this is, not quite what's right. He informed the detectives that he would immediately book a flight back for later that day. While on this call, it was determined that OJ had booked the flight out of Chicago on the day of the murder. He had flown out about 2 hours after the estimated time of the murder, with the estimated time of death being around 10 p.m. and his flight being around midnight. That goes from, like, alibi, he's in Chicago, to instantly mad suspicious. Criminologists and the prosecution would later expressly point to the undisputed fact that when OJ was told of Nicole's death, he didn't ask how she died or about the safety of the children who he knew were in the same house as Nicole, which is an insane thing. Like, if I was in that position and it was like my wife and kids and it was like, yeah, your wife's been murdered, I'd be like, oh, and the kids? That would be literally the first thing that possibly could, it's the only thing that could come out of my mouth. Nicole would be buried on the 16th of June at the St. Martin of Tours Catholic Church in California. In attendance would be her children, several family members, family friends, and O.J. Simpson, along with his lawyers, Robert Shapiro and Robert Kardashian. Oh, yeah! Kardashian was her, like, Kardashian of the Kardashians was his lawyer. I totally forgot about that. Not that I don't really know anything about the Kardashians, but I do know they're very famous. And that's a twist, isn't it? Or maybe this is why they're famous in the first place. Are they rich because their dad was a powerful lawyer to celebrities? I mean, they're rich because of all their, like, bullshit TV shows and crap now, right? But is that why they're, like, OG? Is that how it started? That's depressing. Although, I mean, that's all depressing, isn't it? Although it should be noted that Kardashian was also a close friend of Nicole, and that could have been why he attended. Ron's ceremony was kept more private, and there is no hard information on it other than internet rumors. OJ was arrested for the murder the day after the funeral, after the car chase with the authorities that we discussed way back in the intro. The white Bronco he was in was an exact replica of his own car, which had been seized for evidence on the 13th, the replica being owned by A.C. Cowlings, who was apparently a massive OJ fan. OJ would be arrested after being allowed to return to his Rockingham address and call his mother. He was allowed to call her for a full hour before being placed in cuffs. That is so weird. Like, can you imagine just being, like, living such a privileged life that you have, like, a nice custom car or whatever? I don't know what a Ford Bronco is. It sounds kind of shit, but I guess it's nice because it's O.J. Simpson. He has money. Like, why would you call a nice car a Bronco? It kind of sounds like a donkey or something. I don't know what a Bronco is. That you have this nice car or whatever, and it's like your car gets impounded by the police. It's like, I really liked my car. And then you find out that a fan has just a replica of your car, and it's like, mate, can I borrow that? Because I miss my car. That's some privilege right there. Chapter 6. Setting the stage. We will now cover the evidence that was uncovered on the run-up to the trial. This evidence is uncontroverted, but as we shall see, the process of its gathering was quite disputed. Firstly, it was discovered that there were additional blood samples found on a sock in OJ's bedroom and in separate stains found in OJ's bed, foyer, and bathroom. When tested, like I say, littering evidence around the place. When tested, all of these samples came back as a mixture of OJ's blood and the blood of the two victims. Oh my god, this is a fucking lock-in. What has happened? This was except for a pool of blood that was discovered at the crime scene some distance from the bodies. The police believed this to have belonged to the murderer, and when tested, it came back with 95.5% accuracy that the blood was in fact OJ's. Wait, how can you just have 95.5? Isn't it like, well, it's his DNA or it's not? I guess it could have degraded or something. Secondly, OJ's own team asked him to take a polygraph test in which he was asked if he ever thought of or did kill Nicole or Ron. Yes.
I'm gonna try something. Try some
polygraph tests are infamously untrustworthy. Having said that, OJ failed by 24 points, which is the maximum degree of failure. Yeah, I'm willing to entirely discount that because I've made videos about polygraph machines and it is a nonsense science. It can't be believed. I'm happy to just entirely throw that out. There's blood, which is his blood with the mixture of the victims. You know what is
Close that. Yo, let me know if you fuck with this method I'm about to do. Ready? Ready to see my method? So, I'm trying to sell these potions, right? I'm trying to sell off, right? What I did is I came to the world on my main account and I said, 4chan Chan, can you not sell your lucky potions? I need to go back to my world, grab diamonds to buy them. I said, hopefully you make it to buy them before they're sold. Like, okay, cool. Y'all don't buy them. I need them badly. I'm just waiting for my catch right now. Waiting to see, and it's probably not working here, so I have to do it again. A different server. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Test? Leader ain't here. Nobody's here except you.
science that is true? That's something we know, unlike bullshit polygraphs. Thirdly, the police produced a witness who claimed that she had not only seen OJ in the Bronco on the day of the murder, but that she saw an angry OJ driving away from Nicole's residence. Oh, and you've also got an eyewitness thrown in as well? Holy shit. This was a groundbreaking piece of evidence that the prosecutor's office refused to use. What are you up to, prosecutor's office? What was that thing you didn't use earlier? There was some big thing. It was like, nah.
Hear me? Testing. Right. Wanna buy any of this shit off me?
We didn't use that. We cocked up. And now you're refusing to use an eyewitness? The reason given by Chief Prosecutor Marcia Clark was that the witness had sold her story to newspapers and that made her untrustworthy. How? I mean,
Hold on. Keep getting to my things.
I guess so. But, like, there's a difference between selling your story to a newspaper and then being in court and having to swear on a Bible. Like, if you perjure yourself, you're going to get in big ass trouble. If you lie to a newspaper, the newspaper's going to be like, bro, now we have to issue a retract.
Okay, damn it. Don't load these accounts. No. Off. I forgot I had to. Fuck.
Not cool. We're going to sue you and we want that money back. You perjure yourself? That's a bigger deal, guys. However, it should be noted that she only sold this story after coming to the police. Guys, get your shit together. Fourthly, bloody shoe prints were found at the crime scene, and inside the white Bronco, both shoe prints were measured to be a size 12 Bruno Magli shoe. The prosecution did not raise the make of shoe or the shoe print found at Nicole's house in the criminal trial, but these shoe prints were raised in the civil trial. Either way, it was uncovered at the civil trial that OJ did in fact wear, drumroll please, that's right, size 12 Bruno Magli shoes. For some reason, I know a tiny detail about this case. Didn't he say that he'd never be seen dead in shoes like that? He was like, no, I'd never wear shoes like that. Those are horrible. And then, like,
Wait, why have I been... Oh, whoops. I didn't know I had this in main. Shit, whoops. This is gonna be the third time today I go gambling. Addicted now. Over.
photos emerge from paparazzi of him wearing those bloody shoes or something like that. Mental. Fifthly, OJ had injuries to his right hand. This injury was first reported by detectives before also being noted by the defense's own doctors and forensic investigators. He claimed to have suffered these injuries in Los Angeles shortly before his flight to Chicago. The timing was at the exact time the murder was taking place. The timing was heavily disputed at trial, but what was undisputed was the forensic description of these wounds as compatible with wounds that would be expected to be incurred from a person defending themselves. That description, by the way, was from the defense's medical expert. Unsurprisingly, they decided not to call him for testimony. It's like when your own expert is like, bro, I'm an expert. I know you're paying me, but bro, come on. Look at this. Look at this. Come on. Finally, in the latter stages of the trial preparation, the defense leaked to the New Yorker that Detective Mark Furman had some skeletons in his closet. Specifically, they found a psychiatric report from 10 years prior, which reported that Furman had sought help to overcome systemic issues of racial bias, which he felt infected him. There was little hard evidence.
What? How you have to go to a psychiatrist? Could that work? Like, doctor, my demons. I just hate black people too. Talking about. Time to do this. Um. So here. If anybody's here, would you rather see the 4 screens? Would you rather see the one screen I'm gonna be on? Trying to get global gifts. Cook.
At the time, however. Now, don't decide yet, but does all that DNA evidence have you leaning in either direction? I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, obviously, like, there's racism. There is no doubt. This is the 1990s. This guy was like, I think I'm a racist. Like, and good for him. Or like, I think I have racial bias. Sorry, I don't want to call him a racist. Like, racial bias obviously exists.
Look, a huge dog. I don't even. Nobody does. Nobody says anything. I got 3 yesterday while streaming in 3 hours from one account, and I didn't even notice. This is the 3rd time today I've spent 600 mil on global event gifts, Zach. I hope you know that.
exists, and you don't have to be. You can have racial bias without being a racist, obviously.
Dog, they're so goddamn cheap. Literally just in diamonds alone. Like, without even opening any of the chest or bags I get, I get 200 million out of 200 million diamonds out of 600 million diamonds spent. These bag prices.
But, like, the DNA, my dudes, come on. Like, that is, you know what isn't racist? Science. Jesus. Okay, here we go. Chapter 7, Dramatis Personae. Now it's time to meet the cast for tonight's play. We're going to start by looking at the infamous Dream Team, then the prosecutors, then the judge, and finally the witnesses who would build a career out of the case. I'm discussing each of these people as they each play a major part in what was to come. Robert Shapiro. Robert Shapiro was, at the start of the trial, the leader of the so-called Dream Team. He had the reputation of being a lawyer to the stars and was particularly well known for the plea deals he repeatedly got for several of his clients. The fact that OJ was invited by the LAPD to turn himself in rather than be hunted down and arrested like any normal suspected murderer has been widely credited to Shapiro. Yeah, this is the sort of shit that good lawyers can get done for you, which, you want an uncontaminated jury pool and stuff, and if they see you being hunted down and arrested, that's before the jury's even be called, so they're not, sequestered from the media and all of that stuff, so they're going to see that, and that's not going to be, a good look. Whereas if he turns himself in, that's going to look good for them. While at trial, Shapiro said that he believed the real argument was in the concept of reasonable doubt rather than any police conspiracy. This strategy is also widely credited for the infamous glove defense. After the trial, Shapiro would go on to author The Search for Justice, a defense attorney's brief on the O.J. Simpson case, which spoke in detail about the defense strategy, an extremely strange act for a lawyer who is generally expected to keep confidentiality.
What do you mean F you too? What did I do? Oh. Oopsie. Yeah, this is the third time I've opened 600 mil worth today. Oh, damn. Queer, queer, gay, gay. Can you please mute my stream? Okay, fuck it. How much have I made? Dude, literally each time, just off diamonds alone, not even opening the chest or the bags, I make 200 million diamonds out of 600 million used. The thing is, I would be making hella profit back if I was selling every huge, but I'm actively not. What's down really Avalanche? Yeah, you should buy my potions for cheap and flip them. Please, I beg you. I would put on they're like 824, but I think a good price would put is 900k. Because that way any of them that are below that you can get them. Yeah, it'd be a good prank if you went to go buy lucky egg potion 9 and 10. That'd be a good prank. Cause I just realized you wouldn't even find me because I'm I swear on everything I love. If you snipe me, I will kill you. Alright, bye bye. Bitch, don't call me. I wanna watch OJ.
It should be noted that Shapiro, at several points in the book, states that he was never certain that OJ was innocent. Isn't this damaging to your career? Because if I was in OJ's position right there, and my lawyer after, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, or if I'm this lawyer, right, and then I'm looking for clients, and they're like, wait, aren't you the guy who represented OJ and then wrote that book talking about all that that you're supposed to keep quiet? That I'm definitely like, your lawyer, shut your mouth. You're my lawyer. Keep it quiet. That's the point. We have confidentiality. And I'm sure, like, he's an amazing lawyer, so he knows exactly what's going on. And he probably was like, allegedly, he said this. It's like, bro, I don't want you as my lawyer if you're going to be afterwards. Allegedly this happened and allegedly that happened. When all we need to do is delete the allegedlys, and that's what happens. Jesus. Johnny motherfucking Cochran. This is where I must admit a small bias. Johnny Cochran is something of a role model of mine. I have no idea who Johnny Cochran is.
I'm still Johnny Cochran with a knit cap.
You see, viewers, like our dearest Factboy, I'm educated in the law. Specifically, I received an undergrad, master's, and am now conducting a PhD in law, and have also worked as a lawyer. Even though I have done all of this in England and Wales, there's not a single lawyer I have met who cannot say that they have heard of, and to at least an extent, admired Johnny Cochran. Wait, who is Johnny Cochran? Is he? Oh, he must be one of these lawyers then.
Johnny Cochran. Ha!
Wait, so what did he do? I've never heard of him.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Although, like, I did, like, 1 year of criminal law, so it's not exactly, you know, not the same amount of experience. I'd study in criminal law, not practicing, obviously. Cochran became the lead of the Dream Team shortly before the jury was seated and has been widely credited with those famous 8 words. Oh, it's this guy. Of course. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. And it's that rhyming, apparently. Recently touched on this in another video, where it's like, apparently people, like, stuff that rhymes, people take more seriously, which is a stupid human bias. But this guy's a genius. More commentators viewing the case credit Cochran with bringing the wider debates about race into the case, which ultimately led to a complete review of the LAPD and their practices. Cochran went on, "Great, all of this is great. Yes, it certainly seems like racism is going to play a part of this trial, but so does DNA." Cochran went on to represent several other high-profile clients, including successfully defending Snoop Dogg later that same year for his own murder charge. I don't even know about that. Snoop Dogg had a murder charge? Holy shit.
I would like to hear that story.
Despite this, he was forever known as the man who got OJ free, though this is a title I intend to dispute. Cochran would author several books referencing the case, none focusing on the case more so than Journey to Justice, published in 1997, the same year OJ would lose a civil trial. In this book, he'd detail how the defense recognized the need to bring the wider social debates into the case and would actually speak about the key matter of OJ's potential guilt very minimally. Robert Kardashian. Robert Kardashian, father of the Kardashian clan, was by all accounts a good and close friend of both OJ and Nicole's. He was invited to join the Dream Team by Robert Shapiro, despite the fact that he was primarily a commercial.
Hold on.
Lawyer. Critics have opined that the reason for this was so that Kardashian could never be called as a character witness to OJ and Nicole's relationship. Oh my god, that is some smart lawyering right there. After the trial, Kardashian revealed that he and OJ did not speak anymore and that he doubted OJ's innocence. Woo!
Oh, I'm retarded then. Whoops.
Kardashian never wrote a book himself, but he did assist OJ's agent Mike Gilbert to write a book. The rather neutral book was called How I Helped OJ Get Away with Murder, the shocking inside story of violence, loyalty, regret, and remorse. Oh my god. I'm going to gamble that you can probably guess what they spoke about in that book. No shit. Oh my god, the amount of money that has been spun from this trial is absolutely wild. And yes, I'm aware of the irony of me saying that.
Don't laugh.
F. Lee Bailey, Barry Scheck, Alan Dershowitz, Peter Neufeld, and Gerald F. Ullman. Leaving aside any associates, the above five are the remainder of the Dream Team. This is a massive collection of lawyers. It's like, I know, what's it? The prosecution or whatever will be, what do they call it? I should know this from that TV show Billions. And also a love of that other TV show Boston Legal. The guy who prosecutes, the prosecutor for the state prosecutor, something like this. Like, he's going to be like, oh shit, you got like, there's just a crowd of lawyers in the court. You're like, this is going to be an uphill battle, isn't it? Even with all this DNA. And, well, we know how this ends up, which is just nuts. Bailey was one of the most famous criminal lawyers of all time in America and would be the lawyer credited with the line of investigation and questioning of Mark Furman. Bailey was brought onto the case by his good friend Robert Shapiro, who would also be responsible for disbarring Bailey for attorney misconduct in 2001 and 2003. He got disbarred twice. Wow, that's their friendship turned. He was like, yeah, you're amazing. Come on to my Dream Team, and then later on I'm going to be disbarring you. Shit. Sheck was a forensics expert brought onto the team who would be responsible for dealing with the DNA evidence. He was also the co-founder of the now world-famous Innocence Project, which focuses on acquitting death row inmates using DNA evidence, which is great. I like that. Alan Dershowitz is probably the man who requires the least introduction. The world-famous professor of Harvard Law was originally slated to appear for the prosecution until he was convinced by a generous donation made by Shapiro and Bailey. He has since gone on to represent Assange, Epstein, Weinstein, and Trump. Good company for OJ then, allegedly. Holy shit, dude. You're like the attorney for villains, allegedly. Also, why do we have to be like, it was a generous donation? It's like they gave him money. It's like he's a lawyer. Of course he likes money. It's what lawyers do. They represent people and they get paid lots of money. There's nothing wrong with that.
The thing you can count on in life is that everyone wants money.
Neufeld was the lawyer brought on alongside Sheck to assist him in the role. He would co-found the Innocence Project and largely serve to delve into the more technical matters of the DNA evidence. Ullman was part of Cochran's law firm and mostly did behind-the-scenes work. However, he was credited for inventing the "if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit" line and passing it on to Cochran. Every member of the Dream Team would go on to publish books about their roles in the case, because of course they did. Are you not rich enough already? You're mega high-powered lawyers. Do you really need to publish a book?
Oh, that's tacky.
This is extremely abnormal for lawyers, but OJ apparently waived his privilege to allow for it. Oh, okay. Well, Liam, you could have mentioned that earlier, because I was all like, is this okay? I mean, surely this is a bit sketchy. But OJ waived his privilege, so fine. Go for it. Go nuts. This completely changes my opinion on this. It's probably a rare time where they do get to write about being a lawyer. They all gave roughly the same story, except for Dershowitz, who called the case boring. All of the lawyers did agree, though, about the intense conflict that was ever present between Shapiro and Cochran. Marcia Clark and Chris Darden. Marcia Clark and Chris Darden were the prosecutors brought onto the case, originally alongside William Hodgman, who had to later be removed for medical reasons. I'm going to cover each briefly so as not to spoil anything. Clark was a 16-year veteran prosecutor.
I hope this person kills himself. God, they legitimately add a new item and fuck me up buying that thing.
It was her idea to bring her lifelong friend Darden to the team. At the time of the trial, she was going through a messy divorce, and this would become the focus of the media's attention only a few weeks in. She is also notable for having to cancel a court date due to childcare issues, something that is never done, and for the unfortunate fact that the media seemed to care more about how she looked than what she said. Wait, that seems super unreasonable. Wow, son, what a controversial statement. The media were being super unreasonable. How about you fuck off out of her personal life and let her do her job and judge her on the merits of that? Yeah? Hey? Not too hard, is it, media? Come on. Stop being such a piece of shit and let's get on with it. After the trial, Clark would become a best-selling author and would sign a deal rumored to be worth about $4.2 million. Wow! The subsequent book, without a doubt, would go on to become the best-selling book to result from the case. Good. Clark would resign shortly after the case as a direct result of the verdict. Wow. Next we have Christopher Darden. I want to stress that he, in my opinion, is the worst lawyer of all time, excluding lawyers who have conducted illegal activity. Wow, that is a statement.
Damn. Oh, I was just about to say that I'm in the middle of watching this and everything. I'm currently reading an AMA he did on Reddit. Damn.
Especially from another lawyer. I mentioned earlier how many claim that Cochran is the man who got OJ off, but I instead believe that it was Darden. Although I am not going to spoil the exact cock-up he made, you're going to have to wait for that. I will say, though, that Darden makes the average police officer we deal with on Casual Criminalist seem like Sherlock fucking Holmes. Yeah, and often. I mean, I feel like on Casual Criminalist, because of the nature of what we do here, we see, like, really terrible police work, and then we also see really amazing police work. It's rarely, like, because it's not so interesting, it's like, yeah, the police did an alright job, it was fine, it wasn't stellar, it was just a bit average, it was boring. It's always like, and then he ate the evidence, or like, and then he cracked the case wide open. It's always like Sherlock Holmes, or like, famous incompetent detective. What was that? Is that guy from that cartoon with the Pink Panther? Is he like? No, he's good, isn't he? Famous incompetent. It doesn't matter. Look, I'm trying to search for an analogy live. It's not going to work out because I have a small brain. Darden had spent previous years working in the Special Investigation Division, SID, of the Los Angeles Prosecutor Office. This meant he mostly worked with corrupt cops and internal affairs claims. He had little criminal trial experience and was brought onto the case by Marcia Clark. Despite my feelings about him, I won't deny that he had a tough time. Cochran and several in his camp made consistent references to race as an issue in the trial. As a result, Darden, who is an African-American man, was ostracized from the community after the trial. Darden claims that he quit from the prosecutor's office, but official records, along with several witnesses, show him as fired. Some have claimed that this was due to an inappropriate relationship that he had with Clark. Wait, who's Clark? Oh, Clark's the other prosecutor. Whoa, okay. He now appears quite regularly as a legal commentator on several American networks. Well, it seems everything worked out for him. It seems like things, even though they lost this case, I'm sure he's got some lucrative TV appearances. Woman allegedly had a $4.2 million book deal, which that was probably just the advance and shit, wasn't it? It's like, that book's still selling. She's still making bank. Darden would go on to write more books than any other participant of the case, often accusing the defense of some form of misconduct. Judge Lancey Ito, husband to Margaret York, who was the first female police officer to reach the rank of deputy chief in Los Angeles, was by all accounts a judge who very much enjoyed the cameras. Overall, Ito was slightly criticized for his overuse of sidebars, but considering the attorneys involved, the criticism has also largely been considered as overblown. Yeah, you've got like 900 lawyers in the courtroom. Of course there's going to be lots of sidebars. Ito is unique in this case, however. He is the only member of the trial's main cast that has never written a book about his involvements. Wow. The reality stars. I wanted to title this section The Trash, but I felt that was too offensive to garbage cans and Daily Mail readers. Faye Resnick, Kato Kaelin, and Kris Jenner, mother of the Kardashian clan and by all accounts the founder of their fame. All of these names would find their start in the OJ trial, the first two taking a large role in the trial itself, Kato through his testimony and Resnick through her constant interviews. Many also blame these reality stars for being responsible for how the media has treated the case ever since. Now that we are finally done with what might be the longest introduction ever in the Simon Whistler cinematic universe, yeah, we gotta be good, like nearly an hour in. It is a long setup, but I don't feel like we're in the introduction. I found this has been like, I don't know, I'm gripped by this. Maybe people are less gripped because they're like, Simon, we know all of this. We know about O.J. Simpson. And I'm like, of course, a lot of this, now that I read it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's familiar. Oh yeah, I did know that. Like, even reading this Kardashian thing, I do vaguely know that, what's her face? Kris Jenner is like one of the OG Kardashians, right? Something like that. So, let's begin, finally, with the trial. Chapter 8, the opening statement and character witnesses. And so, finally, court is in session. Be upstanding. It's time to run you through the complete prosecution case as it was presented at trial. I want to remind you, though, that you should wait until the end of both prosecution and defense cases before making up your mind. In exchange, I promise not to sequester you for 8.5 months, like happened to the real-life jury. We talked about this before. Imagine, like...
Yay. Global event gifts. Everybody buy them. Woo. Yeehaw. Yeah. Woo-hoo-hoo. Thank you for putting me in the server right when somebody bought them. That's really awesome, Sauce. Yeehaw. Gee whiz.
Fortunately, where I live, they don't have jury trials. So it's like, I'm never going to be called up. Can you imagine? It's like, I just imagine like 8.5 months of my life. It'd be like, I'd be so fucked. They'd be like, you can't communicate with the media. Bro, what I do is media. Like, what happens like to people's careers and stuff? If you're like some YouTuber, like, if I was American or whatever, and I was on this trial, I'd be like, my career would be screwed. You can't not make content for 8.5 months and then expect your career to be there when you get back. No one's going to give a shit about you. It's YouTube. And I'm not 8.5 months recorded ahead on my channels. Maybe 2 months. The prosecution began their case with Darden beginning their opening statement. Darden began with a respectful framing of the families of the victims as the most important parties of the case. This is a deeply important idea that would become so lost in media reporting of the case. Darden would then go on to introduce to the jury that OJ had previously abused Nicole, that he was possessive over her, and that he killed her out of jealousy because he couldn't have her. In Clark's half of the opening statement, she set out what I've already told you about the forensic evidence. Specifically, she told the jury how there was a trail of blood beginning at Nicole's house and ending in OJ's bedroom, with key pools of blood found at the gate to Nicole's house, in the white Bronco, and on those famous gloves. Oh my god. If I was in the jury, and I know Liam's like, hold your judgment to the end, but I'm just like, I'm sitting in that jury, in that little jury wooden box or whatever, like listening to this shit, I'll be like, bro, defense, you got some work to do, because I'm already ready to deliberate.
Let's just burn him and get it over with.
Clark did not mention that this blood was OJ's, though. An objection from the defense prevented her mentioning this until a forensic expert was called. Next, we get to the defense opening statement, delivered by the well-anticipated Cochran. It was known that Cochran had originally trained as an ordained minister, and as such, the media had long awaited his opening statement, knowing he knew how to play to a crowd. Cochran, by all accounts, disappointed everyone with his opening statement. However, some have suggested that this was a trap laid for the prosecution. Cochran took the opportunity to remind the jury, as I wish to remind our audience, that to find OJ guilty, you must be certain beyond all reasonable doubt. That means that if there is a single doubt in your mind at the end of the trial, then you must acquit him.
Hello, Carol.
Cochran also laid the groundwork for the entire defense strategy with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I just watched a TV show called Anatomy of a Scandal, and it was a courtroom. The like latter half of the show was like a courtroom drama, and the defense lawyer was just always talking about these things, and I just thought they did a terrible job because they just never mentioned.
You already know what I'm buying, and I'm doing good today. You'd be surprised to know this is the third time today I've spent 600 mil on global event gifts. Well, the ish is not even that right now, Gennaro. They're cheap. They're 800,000 per. Last time I gambled, they were 1.5 million. So each time I've bought 600 mil worth, I've gotten over 600 of them. So I'm like, yeah, let me go ahead and do this again. It's awesome.
The reasonable doubt, like the whole thing.
I don't know why they're this much. I'll be real. I should honestly be saving them and using diamonds later on, but I don't wanna. I need to grab that fucking thing myself. My purse. Need to give him my Glizzy hoverboard. Good shit. Dream. Skyblock. Playing Skyblock or something. We have fun.
And I feel it.
I've really just been buying huge event bags and then that. I just spent that much. nice, you know. And you gonna let me start streaming on your Twitch account? Yeah.
It was just to make the show more dramatic, because if the lawyer had just gone, you've got to do it beyond all reasonable doubt, you do know that, right, jury? All reasonable doubt. Like, if I have even sprinkled a tiny doubt into your mind and you're like, yeah, but maybe, then you must find them not guilty. And they just never mention this, and I'm like,
A homophobe.
what are you doing? This would be the first thing you should mention. Come on now. Because your case is open and shut. You just have to sow a tiny little seed of doubt. Cochrane also did briefly speak about a witness and show a second trend that would populate the case. The witness was Marianne Gurkus. She was a passerby who had seen Nicole's condo on the night of the murder and approached the police soon after it had been sealed off. Cochrane explained how Gurkus had been waved away and told, oh, we've got it wrapped up, thus criticizing the LAPD for choosing a suspect immediately. This led to heavy criticism of the prosecution, as Cochrane had clearly introduced witness testimony in his opening statement. Yeah, bro. Defense, where's your objections on that? They're objecting to you being like, objection, you can't say that's OJ's blood. And it's opening statements. And they're like, you have to wait for a forensic person. And now they're like, they're not objecting to the fact that he's already talking about witnesses. Come on, defense, let's go. This was a matter that could and should have been objected to. Exactly. In fact, the entire prosecution effort would be criticized that day. In total, they made 32 separate objections to Cochrane's opening statement, of which most were of a purely procedural manner, stating that Cochrane was quoting the wrong page numbers or wrong sources and ignoring the obvious argumentation that he had introduced. Yeah, what are you doing? Just be like, let it go. Those aren't important things. What's important is he's introducing a witness. I'll briefly explain to any non-lawyers out there, in an opening statement, you're meant to outline what you will present, but not argue the evidence. At several points, I feel like outlining what you would present, the blood thing would be like, and we're going to talk about how there was blood there. It is both the blood of the victims and the alleged perpetrator today. That's outlining what you're going to talk about. You're not introducing evidence. But talking about the witness, that is way closer or way more over the line, no? Okay, just me? At several points, Cochrane argued over the validity of evidence and introduced his evidence as fact. For example, the only evidence...
I get put in one lobby option, bro.
evidence they could introduce was the uncontroverted evidence that I ran by you today. Beyond that, they'd be limited to say, we have a witness who will testify as to how the LAPD had already made up their minds, not say exactly what would be said, like Cochrane got away with. Despite this, Cochrane skillfully avoided these limitations, and the prosecution did nothing to punish him for it. Yeah, and Cochrane knows exactly what he's doing. Like, he's this legend lawyer. He knows. He must be expecting them to object. And he'll just be like, retracted, or whatever, you know how they do it. But they don't even object. He must be like, on that first day, walking away, he must be like, guys, I know it seems bad. We've got this in the fucking bag, mate. So, at the end of opening statements, we have a prosecution who has set out O.J. Simpson as the abuser that he undeniably was and told the story of how he was, by all accounts, possessive of Nicole. In response, Cochrane got away with outlining the exact testimony that would later be given by witnesses as to the LAPD.
Dang, so Diana won? I thought people were going to vote Diaz because of those items. That blood clear is so retarded. I even thought anything else. Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought, or at least that's what I saw people say. What's the Alright, give me a second. Um, I need to go use the restroom real quick. I'll probably take a quick shower just yes, do that. Let me go use the restroom real quick. I'm back. Sorry about that. Wait. Wait, no, I need to do this. Go. Boom. Now we got that done. So what do I even have at the moment? 70. Okay. That seems around the amount. Alright, cool.
Making up its mind. Cochran would also briefly touch on the theory that Colombian drug lords had sent hitmen to kill Nicole, but we'll touch on that later. I mean, anything, just throw it in there, because it brings it back to that reasonable doubt thing. It's like, okay, that does seem a little bit unlikely, but is it that unlikely? It's like, yeah, is that unlikely? How sure are you? It's like, well, I'm mostly sure. Well, that's not beyond all reasonable doubt, is it? Is it? You must acquit. Either way, on the 31st of January 1995, the prosecution was ready to call their first witness, Sharon Gilbert, a former 911 operator. Gilbert was a sign of the strength to come in the early prosecution cases. She wasn't actually called to give testimony. She was instead called to legitimize evidence. You see, a lawyer cannot testify and can also not play an audio or videotape to the jury. They have to ask a witness to verify what the tape is, and then they can ask the court to play the tape. Only can they then ask the witness about the tape. Questions like, what did you hear on that tape? As such, the prosecution used Gilbert as a witness to play the tape of an incident that occurred on 1st of January 1989 when OJ viciously attacked Nicole and she called 911 begging for help. This was the tape that would go viral and would paint OJ as a violent abuser. Darden would also skillfully question Gilbert on the reluctance of the police to send any officers, thus demonstrating that not only did OJ have a violent past, but that the police seemed to be far from OJ's enemies. But again, I just come round to this, and it's like, I don't think Cochran's opening statement was particularly persuasive. I just think he got away with so much that he'd feel confident. But this early stuff from the defense is from the prosecution, is so solid. Cochran would question Gilbert, specifically pointing out that she couldn't see what was going on the other end of the phone and therefore didn't know what was going on. This error of judgment would allow Gilbert to reply, no, but you could hear the hits on the tape. The theme presented by Gilbert would be continued over the next dozen prosecution witnesses, with Nicole's sister Denise Brown and OJ's own friend, former LAPD officer Ron Shipp, also being called. All testified and agreed that OJ and Nicole's relationship had been abusive, and all agreed that OJ was the abuser. This seems to be locked in beyond doubt, in my opinion. Importantly, Denise also reported that when she saw OJ at his daughter's dance recital on the day of the murder, he looked scary and like a madman. Shipp, who had been with OJ on the 13th, also testified that OJ seemed to care little about the death of Nicole, even claiming that OJ told him that he had wished for such to happen. Oh my lord. I'm sitting in that jury box again, and I know, Liam, you told me to wait until the end, but I can't. The format of the show is I comment throughout it. I'm sorry, I'm going to do it. And I know everyone in the audience is also thinking, you must be thinking the same thing as me right now, right? It's like, if you're in that jury box, you're like, it's locked in. It's done. It's done. It's done. Nothing that Cochran guy can say is gonna get him off. But somehow, it happens. Let's continue. This string of questioning closed the prosecution's line of argumentation as to OJ's character, and for many closed the first chapter of the trial. Now, we can see clearly that the prosecution got off to a good start and the fence to a shaky one. Cochran and his co-counsel had proved mostly ineffective in cross-examining the character witnesses. We can also see from our perspective that the LAPD failed Nicole as she made dozens of 911 calls, but nobody came to save her. Yeah, we knew that already from the last couple of chapters or early chapters when it was just like the police just didn't do dick, which is super sad. Chapter 9. The prosecution places the pieces of the puzzle. Next, the prosecution moved on to setting the timeline of the events of the 12th. That's the murder day, right? Or the day before. They first called the aforementioned media vampire, Kato Kalin. Kalin testified to the normal schedule that OJ would follow and the specific schedule for that day. He also repeated that he had told the detectives that he had not seen OJ that day. I get the feeling because like earlier that was so bold, it's like it's going to come out that he didn't he? Is that right? I get that feeling. That's my vibe. Next, they called the witness Alan Park. Park was a limo driver and had been hired to take OJ to LAX for his flight to Chicago. Park testified that when he arrived at 10:25 p.m., there was no white Bronco out front. He then testified that shortly before 11 p.m., Park saw a shadowy figure climb over one of the walls wearing a completely black outfit and then made his way across the grass to the front of the house and entered it. Finally, Park testified that OJ exited the house a few minutes later and told Park that he overslept. On top of this, OJ apparently carried a small black bag with him that he refused to let Park take like would normally be expected of a limo driver. That bag has never been recovered, and it was agreed at trial that it was certainly big enough to carry a potential murder weapon. After Park's testimony, Kato Kalin was recalled. I also feel like, I don't know, when I'm like taking a cab somewhere or a car or whatever, and the dude always gets out to like put my bags in the boot, I always feel like, dude, it's okay. Like, sit down, don't get out, it's comfortable, I'll put my bags in the boot. It's not a big deal. And then I always feel like slightly uncomfortable about it. But so if I was just doing this myself, and they'd be like, because there's a murder weapon in there. But I was just being polite. I didn't want him to have to get up. After Park's testimony, Kato Kalin was recalled. Instead of his aforementioned story, he now testified that he and OJ had gone on a run around 9:30 p.m. for a Big Mac and French fries, which heavily contradicted his earlier story and the story that OJ had told Park. Oh, okay. So he's basically not about... He just changed his story to say, like, no, I definitely saw him at 9:30. It's like, dude...
They gave him money.
This, if it's not true... It could get you in big trouble. I don't know what the punishment for perjury is, but perjury in a murder trial where you're pretending to be a witness for an alibi for a murderer, allegedly, that's gonna be fairly substantially punished because the courts need to send a message, like, bro, no fake alibis. Fake alibi for murder, jail, bitch. In my opinion. It was also through Kalin that the prosecution introduced phone records that had showed OJ had called his girlfriend's Paula Barbieri at 10:03 p.m. from his car phone. The defense did not cross-examine Kato and therefore did not challenge this accusation, despite the fact that they now claimed OJ was in his garden practicing his golf swing at 10 p.m. So far, we have the prosecution establishing OJ as a serial domestic abuser. Nicole's sister and OJ's own friends have all testified that he had a mighty temper, and the prosecution had demonstrated that OJ was lying about what he had told Park and what he initially told police he was doing that night. Park's testimony set up a timeline for the events that was both compatible with the murder, and the defense provided no possible reason that Park would lie. On cross-examination, they did nothing other than point out that his eyewitness testimony was based on events that happened at night, to which Park replied, pointing out that OJ's entire estate was well lit. And after all that, how could they possibly lose? It does seem to be like, lock in. You got lying witnesses, you got lying alibis, you've got so much. There's so much. How could they possibly lose? But we know they do. Chapter 10. The prosecution crumbles. Now we come to the textbook part of the prosecution case. And when I say textbook, I mean textbook. There is not a single book I've read on how to deal with a witness in a criminal case which does not reference what the prosecution was about to do and why it was a catastrophic failure. To begin their case for tying Simpson to the murders, the prosecution began to lay out the airtight DNA evidence that they had. However, there was a major issue. DNA evidence was new. Oh god, it is. It's the 90s, isn't it? It's not going to be like, now we know. Like, DNA, there are companies that will like sequence your DNA and tell you about your ancestry. We're all super familiar with this. Back in the day, people were like, DNA, yeah, I mean, it's like fingerprints or like shoe prints, right? And it's like, no. I mean, maybe fingerprints, yes, but it's like, this is a lock-in. You're going to need some really good scientists or like someone to explain this to these people. It may have been in use for about 10 years by the time of the OJ case, but people didn't understand what it meant. The court didn't understand what it meant. As a result, the prosecution decided that they would define exactly what DNA was. So put yourself in the position of an experienced lawyer. You want to explain DNA to a jury of people who most likely have never heard those three letters before. What do? If you're in the prosecution, you want to make it as simple as possible. Just, you've got to assume, like, one rule that I follow, a little behind the scenes thing that I do when making content and talking to my people who write for me and stuff, is that everyone likes to feel smart and no one likes to feel stupid. So whenever I'm having something written, if I feel like the reading level's too high, I'm just dumb it down, make it stupid, because smart people like feeling smart, and people who need a lower reading level, well, they appreciate a lower reading level. By making something too big brain, it doesn't help anyone. So in this, I'd just be follow that same rule, just dumb it down, make it as simple as possible, have a scientist on the stand who is super good at explaining shit.
Yeah.
Don't have someone who's got his big thick glasses on and is super deep in the science. Just get an undergraduate student, someone who understands the very basics of it, and have them explain it and make them sound good and be charming and stuff. That would be my strategy. We've done this enough. Let's carry on. The prosecution decided to call criminologist Dennis Fung. He was responsible for the gathering of the DNA evidence in the case and led the team in their analysis of the DNA. I think this is a mistake for the very reason I said. You don't need a scientist here. You need an educator. You need someone who can explain exactly what's going on. You don't need someone who's way deep in it. You don't. You really don't. Now, many may say, but Liam, that sounds totally reasonable. Why not call the head of the team? And to you, I point out the simple, unfortunate fact of jury trials. Half the time, as a lawyer, we don't care what our witness says. We care whether you're likable and how charismatic you are. And as much as Fung was likable, commentators agree that Fung didn't know how to speak to normal people. Fucking nailed it, didn't I? Exactly. You need a charming educator to go in there and tell people what's up. Many journalists even failed to report on Fung's testimony for the fact that many people were apparently put to sleep by it. Yeah, if you're explaining if the jury was made up of DNA scientists or just people with master's degrees, you'd be like, okay, we can do the old Fung thing. But when the jury is made up of peers, regular people who are not smart enough to get out of jury duty, well then you need someone who can dumb it down for them. Simple. To emphasize this point, I'm going to tell you what Fung said, and then I'm going to tell you how he said it. This will hopefully highlight why I believe, as many do, that Fung was the wrong person to present this key evidence. When asked about the DNA that had been collected, Fung told the court the chances of each individual piece of DNA evidence belonging to anybody other than OJ. For the drop of blood found near the bodies of Nicole and Ron, the chances of the owner of the blood not being OJ, who has a rare blood type, was 1 in 170 million. I felt like 1 in 170 is enough, and you just throw on the million at the end, and it's there is no chance. That is basically zero. The chances of the blood on the socks coming from any other person OJ was 1 in 6.8 billion, which is probably the population of the world at the time, so it's zero. There's zero chance. This is testimony that was later repeated by Robin Cotton, a member of Fung's team, called specifically because of the mess the defense made of Fung. You just need to be, I don't know, if I was presenting this, if I was the person who was presenting the DNA evidence, I'd be like, guys, it's 1 in 6.8 billion. That's the odds of it being someone else. You know what the population of the world is? 6.8 billion. You know what that means?
It's fucking his, isn't it?
Boom! And the judge will be like, language. And I'll be like, it is though! Guilty! Barry Scheck was the counsel called to cross-examine Fung, and luckily the prosecution had prepped Fung for this, ensuring that he knew everything he had to about the science. Unfortunately, Scheck understood the jury and knew he'd never win on the technical details, so he instead attacked the easier-to-understand issues. He quizzed Fung about the picky details gathered in the police report, the main question being what days each piece of evidence had been gathered. Eventually, this culminated in a question Scheck posed on the bloody socks. In this question, Scheck asked Fung to examine the socks. It had been established that the defense was trying to say that the DNA evidence had been faked. He asked Fung if any blood was visible. Fung replied, no, and he explained nothing else. You just need to be like, it doesn't need to be visible. DNA is very small, and you don't need to be able to see it with your stupid human eyes for it to be there. It's science. Maybe if you'd studied science instead of law, you would understand this stuff, but you don't. And that's okay. It just matters whether the jury do. Fung, come on, man! It's not hard. This is important, as the blood found on the socks was a microscopic trace. However, this does not diminish it as a valid piece of DNA evidence. Of course it fucking doesn't! All it means is that the blood is not visible to the naked eye, and after Fung had been questioned for hours, he simply forgot to mention this fact. No. Throughout Scheck's cross, we see consistent moments like that above. In the eyes of the jury, Fung was found to constantly contradict himself, and Shek knew this and he played it perfectly. It was at the end of Shek's questioning when he asked Fung where he was when Detective Van Atta had given him OJ's blood sample. Fung shortly replied that he was at the scene of the crime. Shek clarified that he was not at the secure laboratory with a sense of disbelief in his voice, and Fung confirmed that no, he was not in the lab. However, this was completely normal practice and it didn't jeopardize the evidence at all, but because Fung was flustered, he failed to clarify any of that. As Fung ended his testimony, his answers prompted a facepalm from Marcia Clark. He then promptly made his way to the prosecution bench, where he hugged and shook the hands of both attorneys, before then repeating the handshakes and hugs with the defense attorneys. I have no words, my dude. What are you up to? Why are you hugging people in a courtroom? Just leave. Just leave. Just please leave. And don't then shake the fucking hands of the defense. Good lord. Cochran would later say in an interview that Fung was one of the best witnesses for the defense. At the end of the day, the prosecution tabled a motion to have additional forensics experts called, which was granted. No longer was the prosecution spinning the tale of an abuser-turned-murderer. Now they were trying to prepare damage control for what seemed to many to be incompetent forensics work. Oh no, this is the problem though. I'm sure Fung is an excellent scientist, but he's not excellent in a courtroom. God damn. The prosecution did claw some reliability back when they called Colin Yamauchi, a criminalist who had performed a PCR analysis. This form of analysis spits one DNA sample into thousands and was even more concrete, and importantly to this case, he was far easier to understand as agreed upon by commentators. Rather than throwing around scientific jargon and numbers, he decisively stated that OJ, Nicole, and Ron's blood had been found in OJ's bedroom, on the gloves, in the Bronco, on the socks, and that the drop of blood on the floor at the crime scene was beyond all doubt OJ's. Yeah, forget it. You don't even need to mention the numbers. Just be like, it is beyond all doubt. It is his blood. And then the prosecution will come up and they'll be like, so, are you sure it's his blood? And you answer, yes. How sure? Well, about 1 in 6.8 billion chance of me being wrong. So pretty fucking sure, mate. On cross, the defense attempted to claim that Yamauchi was guilty of unsafe handling of the evidence and that he had contaminated it. In order to counter this, Yamauchi carefully pointed out how he had not only followed procedure, but that the defense forensics expert had been guilty of questionable conduct with the items. Oh shit, turning it back around. It was now that the prosecution decided that arguing over the scientific merits of DNA was getting nowhere, and they needed to cut off the train of thought. They realized that the defense was trying to present this entire case as a setup, and they tabled the motion to have their witness list amended to call the detective which discovered the vital second glove, the evidence that would surely convict OJ. They called Detective Mark Furman. Before they call Detective Furman, though, we must call yet another quick sidebar to discuss what many see as one of the worst cock-ups of this entire case. Rosie Greer was a former NFL player turned pastor who visited OJ in jail. Greer came to the police not long after visiting OJ and told them that OJ had confessed to him. Not only that, but a guard was willing to back Greer's testimony to that effect. This had been a matter that the prosecution had raised before the jury was seated, but the motion itself was not decided. Ito instead decided to wait until the matter became pertinent to the case to rule on it, meaning that he wouldn't decide on it until Greer was called. However, it was known that OJ's lawyers intended to challenge the calling of Greer as a witness, claiming that any such admissions would be covered by a concept known as priest-penitent privilege. Wait, just because, oh, I see, because he did become a pastor. So it could, fair enough. I mean, it feels like bad. I know it's not bad. This is how it should be. Like, if there is privilege, and I don't know if there is, between a priest and a parishioner or whatever. I think there is, right? If you confess something, there's like a privilege, a legal privilege there where they can't be forced to testify. If OJ confessed to him thinking this, well, he probably shouldn't have had the bloody guard listening, should he? But I think that should be covered by privilege. It would be like confessing about some... Yeah, no, this should be covered by privilege. I'm sorry, but this shouldn't be admissible if that's what the situation is. Nevertheless, this privilege only protects priests from being compelled to be called. It does not stop them from being allowed to testify. Oh, I see, of course, because he wanted to. Wait, that seems insane. No. This should still not be allowed. It protects priests from being compelled to be called, but it does not stop them from being allowed to testify. It fucking should. Like, if you have privilege between your doctor or your lawyer or whatever and you, that should prevent them from testifying. It shouldn't be about whether they want to or not. It should be not allowed, surely. Which means for anybody keeping track, not only did the prosecution know that the defense wouldn't be able to stop them calling Greer, they knew that the defense was not claiming Greer was lying, but rather that the admission was inadmissible. Despite this, the prosecution decided to withdraw their request to call Greer, meaning that so far they had refused to call an eyewitness, introduce evidence that OJ had been trained with the exact murder weapon that was used, and refused to rely on evidence as minor as a full fucking admission. That is insane. Also, OJ, what the fuck are you up to in prison? Assuming this happened allegedly, don't admit to your crimes. I don't care if it's to your lawyer, to your doctor, to your priest. If you...
Yeah, I got one way earlier, like when I was hatching overnight, but besides that, nah. Or yeah, I have, but they're all from global event gifts because I have gambled. This is the third time today that I am spending 600 million diamonds to gamble. I'll say. Because they are so cheap. Like 800k per global event gift. Biggest issue is actually finding them. Like it takes global event gifts, the same shit I usually do. It's just the issue of being able to buy them. Hella already buying shit. Are they so? Because I guarantee a bunch of dumbasses decided all at once that they were gonna go they were gonna save their fucking global event gifts till the end. And in turn that made it to where now fucking like that. You did that even after I told you to sell them immediately? I hope that person dies. Like I said, I'm only buying them under 1 million right now. Like I'll buy them for $1 million if they're like a couple. Like if it's, because usually I go to Boots and it's only one. Not only that, what happens is this keeps happening over and over again. Which, I mean, oh well, I don't really care. Because I already have my other 3 accounts hatching at the moment, but it is still annoying. And then, don't even get me started on the amount of fucking auctions. Amount of auctions. I wish there was a setting in the trade, in the plaza, where you could make it where it's like, you're not looking for shit that also... Wait, what is... Never... Why the fuck? They don't have an option to where... Turn off, a thing where it says, whenever you search up something, where it's like, do you want to include, what is it? Do you want to include auctions? I would say, no, I don't. I would actually prefer never put me in an auction. That's not going to happen. Things going to go back up? Absolutely. No shot it doesn't. I still don't know why it's this. Fighting like 10 people now to get these gifts. obviously fucking 8 p.m. 8 night.
Just don't do it. Just be like,
Oh, this is by the way.
no, I'm innocent. 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 Just keep that line going. Just do that. Just don't confess to your crimes. Just don't. It doesn't matter what the situation is. Do not do it. Unless you're like plea bargaining or pleading guilty, don't do it. I disagree with the defense's idea that there was a conspiracy, because if there was, it certainly wasn't to prosecute OJ. Disclaimer, I'm not alleging a conspiracy by the prosecution, but come on. At this point, you must be thinking, how could it get any worse? Well, it's
Macro real quick. Not fix it, I just make it faster. Oh, you get lobby hopping. Down like which bags. Yeah, good. It's probably because the event's over now. So you literally can't get any more. So now people buying them. Now people are buying them because, like I said, you literally can't get them anymore. No longer a way to get them without that event. So now everybody's like buying them out, I guess. Try to get lucky. Something. I see so many people with fucking bags for sale that I'm not buying. I don't know why anyone would. I mean, the bags are probably decent chance, but I think it's stupid, personally. Like I said, I'm gonna keep mine until I'll probably say like 500k per. After that, nah, I'm good.
time to see the man who got OJ free. Chapter 11, the man who got OJ free. As we return to the trial, the prosecution called Mark Furman, who was the detective who found the key bloody black leather glove at OJ's Rockingham mansion. On questioning, Furman placed the exact location of the gloves, where they were found, and confirmed that the chain of evidence had been properly followed. He also put an end to the defense's line of argument that alleged that the LAPD had instantly decided OJ was the killer and refused to change their mind. Furman did this by pointing out that he had reasons for his suspicions because he had been the detective who'd actually responded to a domestic violence call between Nicole and OJ. Wait, I don't get it. Doesn't that mean he's more likely? He says he dispelled this notion that the police were railroaded into thinking OJ did it. And he's like, yeah, no, we didn't do that because I knew OJ was beating her. Wait, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem to help your case at all. What are you talking about? All was going well until F. Lee Bailey asked Furman whether he had ever used the N-word, except...
That's such a weird I mean, it worked, but that's such a weird thing to add. Yo, you be saying the N word? Hey, gang, you be dropping that heater? Hey, gangy, be, be rapping rap songs without the rap song? By the way, you guys seeing me instantly like click buy and shit? That's a macro I set up for myself with Razer Synapse. Also, a thing I've noticed from this is my third time today. Anytime it takes anytime it goes to 3 dots and it takes more than like 3 seconds for me to go in after that, that means the item's already bought.
That he didn't say the N-word. Furman denied the claim, and Bailey sat down, a solid, smug smile on his face. Bailey would later describe his thought process. From that moment on, Furman had a rope around his neck, but he had no clue. Furman was painted in the media as a surefire racist, thanks to the New Yorker article that the prosecution had seeded back at the start of the trial. Everyone was asking what the defense knew that the prosecution and the public didn't. This even led to the televised dramatization of the trial, The People vs. O.J. Simpson, calling him a flat-out Nazi. The validity of these claims aside, that one statement from Furman would lead to the only successful prosecution stemming from this entire trial, one for perjury. Why didn't you just say, I don't know? Like, just be like, I don't know if I've ever said that. I don't remember every word that I've ever said. Don't lie. Don't lie. So I've already given one free lesson, especially when it's like, you're not the defendant here. Like we always say, like, it's obviously not legal advice, but yo, if the charge for perjury is less than the charge for like fucking murder.
I love going to a server, being at the stand, and seeing somebody just bought the shit already. It's awesome.
Murder, you're gonna lie on the stand, aren't you? Because that's what's up. But if you're a detective, don't lie just to get the man, because then you can get a charge for perjury, which is gonna be bad for you as a policeman. So, I've already given one free lesson to the budding lawyers out there. It's really important to carefully select your witnesses so that they're likable. Juries want to be entertained, and you need to make sure that your witness knows that. There is one more important lesson, though. The most important lesson of criminal advocacy. Never let the defendant grandstand. This has been the first lesson taught to trainee lawyers since defendants began to take the stand. Apparently, a lesson that Darden must have missed. Later in the trial, Darden led the questioning of a second set of forensic witnesses, which focused on the specific detail of those famous black leather gloves that were stained with the blood of OJ, Nicole, and Ron. He had established that the exact gloves found had to be a pair, that Nicole had purchased an exact copy of those gloves for OJ, and that they matched the measurements of OJ, or at least they should. Darden sensed that the jury was losing interest and asked Clark if they could make a show of themselves. He wanted OJ to put the gloves on. However, Clark immediately vetoed this, as she knew what would happen if they allowed that. She reminded Darden that she was in charge and that if he wanted to entertain the jury, they'd find another way. Yo, Darden, she's got to be like, no!
Whoa. 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 Baldy? Did you just... So, cracking a whip sound in regards to a white woman and a black man? Yo, Baldy. Yo. Baldy. Baldy. Why did you say that, man? Why? Why did you let that one cook?
He's going to say the glove doesn't fit, isn't he, Darden? Dummy. Then the fateful day came on June the 15th, 1995. It was a warm day filled with exceedingly boring DNA evidence. Several of the jury members were yawning, and one was even reported to have taken a quick nap, so Judge Ito called an early lunch just so people could wake up a bit. It was on that lunch that Robert Shapiro made his way over to where the evidence bags were kept, and as the DNA had already been collected, they were not sealed. It was then that Shapiro, without any other attorneys present, tried on the gloves. He would later report that the gloves barely fit him and that OJ's hands were massive and much bigger than his own hands. That was the moment that the defense knew they could get OJ off. Soon after returning to the defense table, F. Lee Bailey sought out Darden and taunted him. He allegedly said that if he didn't ask OJ to put on the gloves, then Bailey would. Although this is only alleged by Darden, who alleged quite a lot about what was about to happen. The recess ended, and everybody filed into the courtroom. No sooner had Judge Ito sat down than Darden had stood and called OJ to the stand to try on the gloves. The cameras caught the shock present on Clark's face and the look of triumph on the defense's. Only that morning had Cochran been fiercely fighting against OJ trying on the gloves. I can only imagine how Darden felt when he saw Cochran stand, a subtle smirk on his face, as if to say, "No issues, Your Honor." At that moment, Darden had to know, and he fucked up the easiest case of the century. As for what happened next, I think you all know. OJ made his way over to try on the gloves, neither fitting easily. Darden, never one to accept utter defeat, attempted to grab OJ's hands and pull the gloves on further. However, he caught himself and instead asked Judge Ito to order OJ to pull them on further. Ito did, but it made little difference. Many have suggested in the years since, none louder than Darden, that the gloves did fit and that OJ was acting, or that the storage of the gloves had resulted in them shrinking. Darden even once suggested that Shapiro changed the gloves for a smaller pair while he was trying them on. However, that theory would be seemingly impossible in a court filled with bailiffs. Either way, what happens had happened. The prosecution still had airtight evidence, but nobody cared anymore. The gloves simply did not fit. From that day onwards, every trainee lawyer would be taught that it doesn't matter how airtight your case is, the jury doesn't remember the victories, it only cares about the cock-ups. Chapter 12. The defense begins to struggle. On the 10th of July, the Dream Team took center stage.
Fuck. Hat called. Real black tallest top hat. I gotta get that.
For the first motion, they took the jury on a field trip. This field trip took the jury to Nicole Bundy's Avenue home before then moving to OJ's Rockingham house. I didn't realize that happened. They take the jury out on a little journey? Of all the legal dramas I've seen, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. The intent by Judge Ito was that this would give the jury a better idea of placing the evidence that they were going to see. It is accepted by most that it did not. Nicole's home had been cleared of all belongings and was more of a shell than a house. The jury wasn't even allowed outside for too long due to the media. This meant that they spent most of their time inside the empty home, whereas Nicole and Ron had been murdered in an alleyway just outside. The trip to Rockingham wasn't any better for the prosecution. The defense had taken many of OJ's belongings away, including several pictures of OJ with his majority white golfing buddies. Cochran also made sure that a Bible was installed on the front living room's table, and it has since been accepted by most that this was nothing short of a PR stunt by the defense, a PR stunt that the prosecution didn't make any objections over. Object to shit, come on! The defense knew that they would have an uphill battle, as the DNA was damning, even if they had presented the theory that the DNA was corrupted in the chain of evidence. Not only that, but OJ's character had successfully been assassinated by the prosecution. The tape they played with their first witness had finally and certainly reached its intended audience. So, they had to hit back with some emotion of their own. Their first witness was Arnell Simpson, OJ's eldest adult daughter. Arnell was asked to testify as to OJ's mental state on the 13th of June, the day that he found out about the murders. She testified that he was distraught, emotional, and out of control. The testimony was then backed up by the testimonies of OJ's mother and sister. Again, these people are not without bias. Are they reliable witnesses? This was not enough for the defense, though, as you may recall, OJ's close friend Ronald Shipp had previously testified that OJ was not only frequently violent to Nicole, but that he was emotionless on the 13th. Shipp would also say that OJ told him on the 13th that he dreamt about killing Nicole. You see, OJ's close friend saying this, that he's guilty, that he was emotionless and all of this stuff, is much more, he's his friend. He should be saying the opposite. He should just be like, no comments. Or like, no, it's great. Because that seems to be in his best interest. But he's speaking against his friend's best interests here, which makes him more reliable. Whereas it's like, no, his mother said he was fine. His mother said he was really upset. It's his mum! This was a major problem for the defense, and they wasted no time in solving it. Cochran pushed Arnell to tell the jury
Tell you, rank 16 is gonna be the. I don't know if they fixed it or not, but for some fucking rank 16, like right now you probably get diamond breakable quest, right? Where it's like you got a 700, 800, right? Some fucking reason at rank 16 they fucked it up where you get quests where it says you have to destroy 1600 diamond break. I don't know. I had that issue. I got both of my accounts level 20. Why it's a thing? Why? But it's only rank 16. That's what I'm saying. I was telling the other guy that's here. Like it's like after that, once you get to 17, it goes back to like 700, 800. Rank 16, it's like, yep, you gotta go destroy 1600 diamond break.
about Ship. Specifically, Arnell told the jury that she had seen the married man in
What I would try to do, you get to that stage, only do the quest that gives you two, whatever. Only thing that gives you two, it gives you 2 points. Only do that quest until you get that to land on diamond break. And after that,
in the jacuzzi at Rockingham with a woman with dirty blonde hair, the same hair color as Nicole. Arnell also provided testimony that confirmed Ship was at Rockingham, but said that he was too out of his mind drunk to have properly judged OJ. Arnell's final testimony related to Nicole and alleged that after a breakup with OJ, that she had been on such good terms with him that she frequently was found at Rockingham, sat in OJ's lap. It should be noted with Arnell's testimony that much of her accusations about Ship are supported by OJ's mother and sister's testimony, but the only other evidence regarding Nicole that supported Arnell's testimony was given by OJ himself or by Faye in interviews after the trial. So this is all just a lot of hearsay, isn't it? The second point of attack for the defense focused on the timeline that the prosecution had set out, which resulted in the calling of several witnesses. However, this attack would go far from the plan. The day started out normally as Dan Mandel and Ellen Aronson were called to take the stand. They had both been on a date and walked past Nicole's address at around 10:30 p.m. on the night of the murders. They testified that at the time they walked past, they had nothing whatsoever, but the prosecution on cross did demonstrate that they had only been outside the house for a few minutes. Then came the mistake that the prosecution was waiting for. The defense called Robert Heidstra, who was a neighbor of Nicole's. Now, there is a maxim used by lawyers that states that you should never ask a question of a witness to which you don't already know the answer. The Dream Team were all expert lawyers, and so many were left scratching their heads over what happened next. The defense's questioning of Heidstra started out simply, asking if he had heard anything suspicious on the night of the 12th, to which Heidstra stated that he had heard something suspicious. Heidstra reported that around 10:40 p.m., which was consistent with the prosecution timeline and with the testimony of Mandel and Aronson, he had heard two men arguing quite enthusiastically. He would then go on to state that this culminated with the second man shouting something indistinguishable before hearing a gate slam and then Nicole's dog barking. Heidstra's testimony had been fully consistent with the bloody fingerprints which was found on the gate to the address, but had not been reported by the forensic examiners. On top of this, the forensic examiners decided not to gather DNA evidence from this blood, which had originally meant the prosecution couldn't raise it. The testimony given by Heidstra did open this door to the prosecution, as well as introducing the bloody fingerprint. The prosecution also introduced a police report which stated that OJ could have left Nicole's address as late as 10:50 p.m. and still have made it back to the limousine in time. The defense finished off the day with a few more characters
fact, after this time, I see that.
Witnesses who spoke of how distraught OJ had been. However, one thing was clear. Despite the glove not fitting, the case still turned against OJ on the weight of the evidence. Due to the length of Hydstra's testimony and the depth of some of the details he raised, the prosecution recalled Hydra for cross the next day. On cross, Darden asked the fateful question, did one of the voices sound black?
You came up with that on your own?
This question would lead to one of many explosive exchanges between Cochran and Darden, with Cochran stating emphatically that you can't tell someone's voice because they're black. He would then go on to accuse the statement and its sentiment of being racist. Now, to any budding attorneys out there, this whole exchange was in front of the jury. The correct decision for Darden would have been to sit down and wait for the shitstorm that Ito was sure to deliver on Cochran for his improper objection. However, Darden didn't do this. Instead, he hit back at Cochran, saying, if the statement is racist, then he is the racist, and signaled towards Hydra. This was the second prosecution key witness that had now been accused of racism. Yeah. And he's also being accused of racism by the side that he's on. He's a witness for the prosecution. And he's like, he's racist. He's like, you're my lawyer. I mean, not his lawyer, but like, I'm on your side. I'm here for your side. I'm your witness. Not only this, but the witness was also accused of racism by someone on his own damn side, exactly. Darden then continued to say, that's created a lot of problems for my family and myself, statements with race, before Ito interrupted and then threatened to hold both of them in contempt if they didn't shut up. This is yet another textbook example of how Darden managed to take watertight evidence which supported his side and turn it into yet another prosecution victory. It's easy for us to understand how a case that had become so associated with race must have been difficult for an African-American attorney to prosecute, but this does not excuse Darden's unprofessional behavior. When the recess ordered by Ito had ended, Hydra was called back to the stand. To absolutely nobody's surprise, he now wished to distance himself from his previous statement and outright said that he didn't know what a black voice would sound like. The final point of Hydra's testimony was troubling for both sides. He testified that he saw a white truck, which he later agreed could have been a Ford Bronco, leave Nicole's address around 10:45 p.m. However, it was heading south, and OJ's home was to the north. The following days would only get worse for the defense. The first theory they posited was through OJ's doctor. This theory was that he had severe arthritis and would not have been capable of the murders, which was supported through the fact that both victims had attempted to defend themselves. In an extremely well-publicized counter, the prosecution played a fitness tape that OJ had filmed 2 weeks before the murders. That is a solid rebuttal. In the film, OJ was seen lifting heavy items and jumping around. There was also much mockery made from a point in the film where OJ is shown to make a stabbing motion with one hand, apparently to exercise the elbow. Oh, good lord. Prosecution, why? You're supposed to be amazing. Why introduce that when you know that stuff like this exists? So why was this moment so easily mocked? While performing this action, OJ said to the camera, "This one is particularly fun to do with the wife." No, he did it. Yes, seriously, that happened. It's already funny, like, oh my god, dark humor, that he would be doing like a stabbing motion in this fitness video where they're saying like he can't do stabbing because he's got arthritis, and then he's like literally saying this is fun to do with the wife. Bro, no. I think it's a coincidence, but oh boy. The final mishap the defense would endure was perhaps the strangest. Throughout the entire case, they had been asking several witnesses about Nicole's apparent drug habits, which were agreed upon by some and disputed by others. Earlier in the trial, they'd also asked a very strange question to Detective Anata, which was if he knew what a Colombian necktie was. Now, of course, we're all budding criminalists, and we all know that the necktie is the favored execution technique by South American drug cartels, and it involves when the tongue is pulled out through a person's throat. Holy shit. I don't think I knew that, but my lord. Vanata, being the rookie that he was, he didn't know this. I know, shock horror that an LAPD homicide detective didn't know about a thing used by drug cartels over a continent away. This was not the reason behind the defense's line of questioning, though. They had asked the question to purposefully make Vanata look clueless. and it worked. Reporters stated after the fact that when Venata said he did not have any idea what a Colombian necktie was, the jury audibly gasped and made visual reactions. They just asked him a question that he might not know the answer to make him look dumb. It's got nothing to do with the case. Object, defense. The entire time, as alluded to in opening statements, Cochran had been building the theory that Faye Resnick was the intended victim and that the killer was a hitman hired by Colombian drug lords. You'd be like, excuse me, Judge, yes, because of the hitmen, the Colombian drug lord hitmen. The judge would be like, what are you talking about, Cochran? Sit down. This became evident to the prosecution when the defense intended to call Resnick to the stand, which resulted in an immediate objection. Ito granted the objection on the grounds there simply was no evidence whatsoever to say that there was a killing ordered by Colombian drug lords, and there was even less evidence that Faye Resnick was wanted dead by those same Colombian drug lords who for some reason believed that they would find Faye at Nicole's address. Yeah, I just mean, exactly. Cochran, sit down. However, personally, I sort of believe Cochran's defense here, assuming drug lords read books, they have a very strong reason to want Faye Resnick dead. Wait, why? What did she do? Did I miss something? This left the defense in a precarious situation. Cochran had promised to prove that Colombian drug lords were involved. He had even said so in the first statements that he made to the jury. And now they had been told that they simply had not laid enough foundation. As if this was not bad enough. The replacement witness for what had been planned to be Resnick testimony were airport employees. These witnesses all testified that on OJ's return to Los Angeles he'd been erratic at times and generally seemed to not care about the murders. Most importantly, a flight attendant who had been on board both his outbound and inbound flights testified that not only did OJ lack luggage on his return, but identified that he did have an injury on his hand on the flight to Chicago, something which contradicted OJ's story. Defense, what are you doing calling these people? They don't seem to be on your side. Don't do that. Chapter 13. Rule number 1 of the Casual Criminalist: don't record your crimes. At this point in the trial, many were expecting the defense to attempt to cut a deal. Yes, the prosecution had committed one of the worst missteps in criminal world history, but none of that changed the evidence that had already been presented. OJ had been seen acting erratically the day of the murders. His DNA was found mixed with the victim's, and he had an injury on his hand sometime after his daughter's recital, but before the flight. Many believed the prosecution would be able to make a comeback. And then Mark Furman returned. The defense had recalled the detective after telling the court that they had brand new evidence that was in direct contradiction to his previous testimony. That evidence was a tape which the defense had acquired from aspiring screenwriter Laura Hart McKinney, who had interviewed Furman about 10 years before on his experiences in the LAPD. Throughout the course of this interview, Furman would not only tie the noose around his own neck, but he'd go bungee jumping with it firmly affixed. He both admitted to using the N-word, and used the exact word over 30 times throughout the recording.
Rap song.
And as if it couldn't get any worse, Furman would admit that it was not only police policy to brutalize black suspects, but to also plant evidence on them. The defense had apparently discovered this through an anonymous lead from following up on the New Yorker article. McKinney, the interviewer, attempted to fight the release of her tapes, at first in fear that it would end her career. It did, but it did not prevent a Virginia court from compelling the production of a full transcript of the tapes for the defense. Now, that's all bad enough, but Furman wasn't satisfied with only racism. The piece McKinney was interviewing him over regarded the role of women in the LAPD, which was something Furman vehemently opposed. He based this on his experiences with his supervisor, Peggy York. This Peggy was later identified as Margaret Peggy York. Do you remember that name, Simon? No, should I? Shit, I mean vaguely. That's right, it was Judge Ito's wife! Oh no! Oh shit, dude! No! This couldn't be worse! Oh my god! Do you remember the judge's wife was like some high up person in the police? It was Furman's boss, who he's now on tape saying that
My God, get shitted on.
because of her, he doesn't think women should be in the LAPD. Dude, you've screwed yourself. You've screwed this case. This is an amazing play by the defense. Not only was she previously the boss of the key detective in the case, but she was also now a potential witness to Furman's character. No longer was only the prosecution in jeopardy, but the entire trial risked being declared null and void, even though at this point 6 months had been put into the case by both sides. Each had made missteps, but each was confident that no matter what happened, they didn't want to do it again. In the end, a separate judge was appointed to decide whether Ito could continue with the case at hand. Both sides argue that they believed Ito would be capable of remaining neutral if he was given censored versions of the tapes, which then led to the judge ruling that Ito could continue as normal and that he would be entitled to read a transcript of the entire tapes. Okay then. That still didn't decide the issues, however. The defense and the prosecution now had to fight to decide what the jury would actually hear. The defense wanted to play the tapes in their entirety to support their theory that Furman had in fact planted both the DNA evidence and the eponymous black glove. That's intense. You've got one of the detectives being like,
Yeah, no, we planted evidence on black people.
that was just department policy. Holy shit. Of course they're going to say that it's planted. Oh my god. This is like... Oh my lord, this is a bad time. This was despite the fact that 14 other officers and forensic personnel all reported seeing the gloves before Furman even arrived on the...
Dog. 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 Oh my god. How many did I just buy? 494. Dog, why did he have that much, and why was he selling for that cheap? What the fuck? Dog. Oh my god. Fuck, send me. Info. Not trying, but haven't you? Hold on. Oh my goodness. on. Um, yeah, hold on. Uh, I'm still very surprised I got that luck at the very end. What the fuck? That guy is, I love him. Wait, what am I doing? I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Back here. Places on that, shit to go sell more shit. Uh, yeah, 7498. Yeah, let me get those.
the scene. Yeah, but it's just sowing that seed of doubt, isn't it? In contrast, the prosecution argued that the tapes were not relevant to the current case, as they were not only from 10 whole years ago, but Furman had sought professional counseling since then for this exact issue. Ito, in answering the above issue, somehow managed to piss off absolutely everyone. Of the 13 hours of tapes, he ruled that only 2 lines could be played in court, each line referring to Furman's usage of the N-word. These were each used for the express purpose of impeaching his earlier statement that he'd never used the term. In a much criticised addition, Ito also ruled that the tapes would be released to the press in full. Many have claimed that this second element was payback on Furman for what he said about Ito's wife, but surely if he was driven by his feelings for his wife, he wouldn't want what Furman said to get out. No, I don't think so. I think that in this case, Furman's going to look like a dick, and his wife's going to look like just she was doing her job. I'm assuming that Furman is a dick. He's kind of like, in my opinion, that he's kind of like, nah, women shouldn't be in the LAPD. Look at my boss. She's an idiot. Well, she obviously rose to a position above you. In the must have been the 80s. This was going on in the 90s. So the 80s as a woman. So she's obviously just better than you. So I think it's just going to make her look good and him look bad. Either way, Cochran was furious that the jury had been denied the full tapes. In his view, it was ridiculous that they couldn't mention that Furman had practically admitted to planting evidence on black suspects. Yeah, for sure. That should, why is that not admissible? It definitely speaks to his character. It was 10 years ago then he sought counseling for it, but still. Despite...
Yeah, the racism I used to do, that's the old me. I wouldn't do that again on tape.
Despite his objections, many law academics have supported Ito in this regard, as there is simply no evidence beyond Furman's statement that he'd been trained to do that. It was a long time in the past by the time of the OJ trial, and Furman had sought counseling. Equally...
Oh wait, my god, I'm gonna do this. Keybinds. Oh. Yay.
Clark and Darden were furious that any of the tapes were played. This was yet another straw added to the camel's back, and from their perspective, they saw no reason that Furman's lie would impact the question of OJ's guilt. I'm pretty okay with them both not liking Ito's decision here. I get where he's coming from, and honestly, it should be the judge's job to piss off both parties if necessary. Darden even apparently urged the court to reconsider its motion, stating that the tapes could be saved for Furman's perjury trial. Oh god. Oh no. Furman's got into this as a witness and he's now on trial, or he will be on trial separately. Now, another lesson for all you trainee lawyers out there: if a judge rules against you, say thank you. Do not speak back to the judge. Luckily for Darden, Ito ignored his emotional outburst and moved on. The tapes would eventually be raised in Furman's perjury trial, which led to the only successful prosecution stemming from this case. Now you might be thinking, alright Liam, this is like watching a pig school trip to a slaughterhouse. It won't get any worse, right? Well, it does. Holy shit, we've already had it. The judge's wife is a police officer that one of the witnesses was slagging off. There's the crazy witness for the DNA, and then the prosecution having one witness who's against them, and then the defense being like, this guy's for us. It's oh my god. It's a shit show. As if proving that if there was a god, he had a personal vendetta against Detective Furman, when he was called, he was appointed his own independent counsel by the policing union. This counsel did as he was told and informed Furman to simply assert his Fifth Amendment right when answering any question. However, they apparently forgot to clarify that even when asserting that right, you shouldn't assert it to every question. Under questioning from Orman, it was quickly established that Furman was asserting the Fifth, and as a result, Orman asked him, did you ever plant any evidence in this case?
Dude.
This was another line of argument the defense feared had been lost thanks to the non-inclusion of parts of the tapes where Furman admitted that he had, in the past, planted evidence. Despite that, like a deer in the headlights, Furman again pled the fifth. Whereas the cock-up with the gloves was seen as the beginning of the end, this was seen as the final nail in the coffin. In a way, though, I kind of get it. Should I get it? Like, Furman's just like, I guess his lawyer's just been like, plead the fifth, mate. Just don't say anything. We will cut ties with this trial. Plead the fifth. Don't make it any better. Don't make it any worse. We're just going to deal with your trial when we get to your trial. Just don't say anything. Fifth all the way. So, yeah, obviously it's bad for the OJ trial, but it's okay for him. Furman did own up to this mistake, as he later stated in both interviews and his own perjury trial that he had only pled the fifth as he believed he'd lose his union-paid lawyer if he did not. Yeah, fair enough, Furman. I'm kind of with you on this one. What we do know is that from that moment onwards, Furman had stolen the case. Not only with the public, it was even reported by the journalists in the courtroom that the jury reacted very strongly to Furman. So, if the jury didn't like Furman, how did they react to the other witnesses? One of the key and strangest observations was the fact that the jury did not react at all to the families of the victims, but apparently appeared very sympathetic with OJ's family. Yes, this could be misreporting, but it is widely reported and almost entirely agreed upon by those who were in court. Why? The second clear observation of the jury was that nothing put them to sleep quite like the prosecution's witnesses. Apparently, several jury members were observed yawning or just clearly losing focus. This was apparently noticed by the defense and harked upon. Witness after witness was chosen by the Dream Team for the sole fact that they knew how to speak to a jury. For sure! This is throughout this thing, it's been choose your witnesses carefully. The jury is bored. They're just regular people who have been sucked away from their lives and made to sit in a box in what I'm sure is quite a warm room all day for 8 months. They're going to be like, oh my God, I'd be like, oh, I was just not paying attention for the last 10 minutes. I know. In your minds, I'm sure, this person's life is on the line. Whether they are guilty or innocent, whether they'll spend the rest of their life in prison is on me and these other people. And I'd still just be you'd still be there being like, oh man, I know this, but it's so hard to concentrate sometimes. Nothing highlights this better than our final man who got OJ free. You see, many commentators have blamed Darden for the verdict. Others have blamed Furman or given the credit to Cochran, but newer trends in academia around the trial have blamed a man called Henry Lee. Lee was a defense forensics expert who apparently had a rapport with the jury, challenging that of even Cochran's. He claims he had his doubts over the prosecution's DNA, but said no more detail about why. Despite this, many members of the jury would later claim that Lee was one of, if not the most authoritative witnesses called by either side. So he's just he's probably some guy who looks super smart and he's like, I have my doubts about the prosecution's DNA evidence. Can you speak to that? I'd rather not. I just have my doubts. And he just says it authoritative enough, and people are like, okay, Mr. Lee, you sound smart. As well as attacking the basic DNA, Lee also assaulted the bloody fingerprint and the bloody shoe prints, claiming that in his opinion the shoe print was not OJ's and could not have been. This was demonstrated to be false in the civil case when the victims' families carried out a forensic examination of both the shoes and OJ's shoes, something the prosecution apparently never thought of for some reason, not like bloody shoe prints are suspicious or anything. As a brief note for the scale of this cock-up, not only was the shoe print demonstrated to be the same size as OJ's shoes, but they were also demonstrated to be a rare brand which it was known that OJ owned. After Lee, it was finally time for closing arguments, with the prosecution going first. They started their closing by relisting all the DNA evidence. OJ's blood had been found at Nicole's house. The victim's blood had been found in OJ's car and at his house, and all the blood samples were of at least OJ and one victim. Not only that, but OJ had been identified by many of his friends as a violent abuser, an abuser who was spotted with defensive injuries shortly after the murders. At the time of arrest, OJ was found to have a fake beard, loaded handgun,
Fake beard?
disguise kit, and $5,000 in cash. We didn't even mention that so far, did we? That's crazy. It seemed that he had changed both his alibi for the time of the murder and the story of what he had done before the murder. The prosecution ended their closing with a plea for the jury to think of the families of Ron and Nicole. A plea that would unfortunately fall on deaf ears. The defense spoke for the last time. They repeated the demonstrable racism which Fuhrman had demonstrated for all to see. They reminded the jury that the exact detective who found the glove had a history of racism and misconduct, and finally reminded the jury of OJ's children, who they reminded the jury only had a single parent left. There was one lesson the defense had mastered much earlier, though. They had to say something simple and memorable, and they did. It was in closing that Johnnie Cochran would say the world-famous line, "If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit." Chapter 14, over to the jury. The trial had dragged on for 11 long months, 8.5 with the jury being sequestered, and like this script, though, the end was finally in sight. Yeah, this is a bloody long one. We're going hours.
It's been forever.
The lawyers all went on their pre-planned holidays, expecting a month, maybe more, and the entire world was discussing the O.J. Simpson case. However, as would go on to be said, the jury seemed like they were the only people who were done discussing the case. 4 hours later, they returned their verdict. They had only deliberated for 2.5 hours, the remaining time being filling in the verdict forms. The lawyers filed into the courtroom, and finally the forewoman, after mispronouncing OJ's name, declared that he was not guilty of the crimes of murder. Instantly the question changed. It was no longer did OJ do it, but instead, why did the jury say he did not? Luckily, we have an answer for that question. In most countries, the verdict of a jury is a secret. For example, in England and Wales, it is a criminal offence to ask a juror for their verdict or for a juror to reveal any other juror's verdict, but that is not the case in the USA, and the interviews rolled in as fast as OJ rolled out of prison. Instantly, two things became clear. Firstly, the jury had been incited by politics, and secondly, the grasp of the jurors on the evidence was questionable at best. It's that DNA stuff, they didn't get it. That was, in my opinion, like Henry Lee and all of that stuff, blah, blah, blah. The biggest screw up was not having the right guy explain that fucking locked-in DNA evidence, in my opinion. On the political point, juror Cassie Best made an anonymous statement to the press, which in 2016 she repeated publicly. Best claimed that the verdict was in payback for the Rodney King case, and then further claimed that this was true for 90% of the other jurors. Now we're going to briefly outline the Rodney King case before I explain why Best's admission unfortunately didn't allow for the prosecution to appeal the verdict. Rodney King, he's the guy who was killed on tape. The police beat him to death, right? The black dude who the white police beat to death and led to the LA riots. Right? He was an African-American man who on the 3rd of March 1991 was beaten by several LAPD officers while being placed under arrest for driving while intoxicated. The entire incident was filmed by a passerby, and ultimately it was the catalyst that caused the 1992 LA riots, resulting in 63 deaths, 2,383 injuries, and over $1 billion in property damage. The riots ultimately led to police officers who beat Rodney King being charged with using excessive force, who were then subsequently acquitted by a jury. This resulted in a sense of a racist system working to penalize and hold African Americans down for no other fact than their skin color. I've seen many people speaking about Best's admission online. Most of them seem to be confused as to why the prosecution could not quote the anonymous statements given in the media that the jury did not acquit because they thought OJ was innocent, but acquitted out of revenge. However, there's an ancient principle of jury law dating from the 12th century called jury equity. This is the concept that a jury holds the right to find anybody innocent for any reason, and was primarily championed by judges as a safeguard against authoritarianism. However, this same principle does allow a jury to acquit OJ, even if it was absolutely clear to them that he'd done it. The several interviews given by other jurors and Best gave another picture of why the jury acquitted OJ. I've said it several times in this script how the trial was more like a TV show than it was any serious courtroom trial. This is something the jurors agreed and engaged with. The jurors apparently discussed the different personalities of the trial at length and came to one solid conclusion. They could not stand either Marsha Clark or Christopher Darden, but they found that Johnnie Cochran was extremely approachable and charismatic as an individual. The jurors claimed that this distinction was not just clear in the lawyers, but also clear in their witnesses. The third reason can be given for the jury's... So they were like, because we liked the defense's lawyer was cool. We liked him. He was charming. Innocent. The third reason that can be given for the jury's decision is one that has been well documented, and that is that the jury refused to carry out their role as an act of rebellion. As I mentioned, the jurors have been sequestered for 8.5 months. That's 8.5 months without their families, their pets, their partners, their jobs, or anything. Oh God, they can't even see their families? I was thinking it'd be bad not to go to work for 8.5 months. What the fuck, man? You're just stuck in a room with 11 people that you don't even know. You probably don't like. Oh, Christ. The jury even went on strike at one point and had to be threatened into court by Judge Ito, who threatened to hold them in contempt. When they did eventually come into court, they all wore black as an act of defiance. The jury's actions in the OJ case. Holy shit, this is so intense. The jury's like, fuck you. Just be like, we're ready with our decision. It's like we haven't finished the case yet. We're ready, not guilty. I want to go home. I miss Fido. The jury's actions in the
What happened?
OJ case, yet another part of the trial that has become a textbook definition of a rogue jury. Before we finish up on the jury, there is one thing I want to say. Many people have reported on the racial makeup of the jury, that is to say, how many African Americans were on the jury and how many white people there were. These people have attempted to explain the verdict in this manner, but I won't. This is because of the amount of modern research which has been produced on how juries work. Namely, this research all agrees that a jury will not change its decision just because its makeup is changed. I know some might find this hard to believe, but the data is clear. A majority African-American jury thinks no differently than a majority white jury. So, we're not going to engage with this apparent explanation of the jury's actions. Excellent. I love it when we just look at the stats, because it's like, yeah, okay. That seems like it could be a factor, and it's like, no, statistically it's not, it's proven. Okay, cool. Very happy to move on. Excellent choice. In conclusion of the matters of the jury, irrespective of your belief on whether OJ is guilty or not, we know from what the jury said that the facts and evidence did not weigh very strongly on their decision. This is a matter which is next to indisputable for this case and forms an important part to understanding why this case has become so divisive. Chapter 15. He did it. Of course, the aim of this episode is to inform you of all there is to know about the trial of O.J. Simpson. The task would not be done if we did not discuss the book he published on the 13th of September 2007 titled, If I Did It, Confessions of the Killer. I'd also like to add that on the front cover of the book, the word if is barely visible, so it looks like it reads, I Did It, Confessions of the Killer. In the book, O.J. discusses a hypothetical situation where he discusses a theory the prosecutors must have had. In other words, he is saying, well, I'm not admitting it, but if I was to, then it would go a little something like this. The majority of the book contains details of O.J. and Nicole's relationship. In this part, O.J. seems to claim that at points Nicole was the abusive one, and in fact, even in interviews, he had the gall to refer to himself as a battered husband. Holy shit, dude. Chill, man. That's not cool. Only one chapter of the book actually deals with the killings, and it contains a disclaimer which says that it is entirely fictional. Despite that, I, as well as almost everybody else, believe that the book gives us a good insight into what could have happened that night. So, let's go through the details that O.J. mentions in the book. The book starts with O.J. explaining that according to the prosecution theory, he must have had an accomplice. He refers to this accomplice as Charlie and discusses at length as to how Charlie tried to talk him out of the killings. The ghostwriter of the book has gone on record saying that he believed Charlie to be someone that O.J. had made up to ease his own guilt. Others have accused A.C. Cowlings of being the mysterious Charlie, O.J.'s friend who not only attempted to help O.J. evade the police, but owns an identical white Bronco, something that would become important. To avoid using the word allegedly, I'm now going to tell you what O.J. said must have happened on the day of the murders. This is technically a fictionalized account, so do keep that in mind. O.J. stated that the night began at his daughter's dance recital, where an unnamed friend had told O.J. that Nicole had gone back to her old habits of drugs and clubbing. Apparently, next O.J. called Charlie to his house, and on arrival, Charlie told O.J. that the rumors he had heard were in fact true. Charlie then blamed Faye Resnick for Nicole returning to the clubbing life. Either way, O.J. told Charlie to go and get his white Bronco and take him to Nicole to read her the fucking riot act. On arrival, O.J. then said he saw Nicole playing music and getting candles ready like she was preparing for a date. At this point, I'd like to point out that this has been supported by evidence released in the years following the book, but these details were not public knowledge at the time of the trial. O.J. then claims that he must have been surprised when Ron came through the back gate, with Ron explaining that he was there to return Nicole's mother's glasses. This resulted in Nicole coming outside with her Akita, who wagged its tail and happily greeted Ron. O.J. took this as a sign that Ron must have not been a stranger. O.J. then explains that this led to O.J. and Nicole shouting at each other and Ron doing some defensive martial arts move. Apparently, O.J.'s next memory was simply holding the knife and coming to, soaked in Ron and Nicole's blood. O.J. then discussed how he gave his clothes to Charlie, but did not give his socks to Charlie as they didn't look stained. Wow, this does match up, doesn't it? This matches what forensic experts later said about the case, that the socks were not visually covered in blood, but were on the microscopic level. OJ finished, if I did it, by discussing how Charlie must have disposed of the weapon and clothes, leaving OJ to fake sleeping late before heading to his limo. Needless to say, the book caused a lot of controversy. This included OJ being sued by the Goldmans for the profits, a lawsuit which they won, and to this day they receive all of the money that OJ would from the book. Excellent. That's nice. Of prime interest, though, is the amount of detail OJ not only went into for the book, but the fact that he did not contradict a single shred of evidence in his accounts. In fact, several psychologists have gone on record stating that If I Did It is a textbook confession of a narcissistic murderer, yet another textbook example from this case. Conclusion. I want to thank everyone for sitting through what has been an absolutely mammoth piece. Normally we try to tell the story of crimes as we know they happened. That simply is not possible with today's case. We also try to focus on the victims as much as possible, which was unfortunately not possible due to the fact that the entire continuing story of this case has revolved around one man and his potential guilt. So, I decided the best way to approach this case was to arm you with enough facts and details of the case and subsequent trial so that you can form your own opinion. So, did you form that opinion? Did O.J. Simpson murder Nicole Brown Simpson?
But it's okay. Fine.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. Welcome. I was here, one of my writers in this case, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Matt G. This is Matt Grander. There's a couple of Matts, so I give them the surname initial, like you're at school. This is all about the 1976 Chowchilla kidnapping. So let's jump in, shall we? Format of the show, I've never read this before. We're going to learn it. We're going to explore it together. Learn is like, oh god, we're going to learn something.
Alright, I'm going to go to school now.
Please, no. Just want to be entertained, Simon. Come on. School. The bane of all children. I mean, speaking of not wanting to learn things, as well as teenagers and many adults the world over. We all remember the horrors of school, the numerous terrible teachers, the difficult papers and assignments, the horrendous school lunches, the bullies who had nothing better to do than make our lives a living hell. Now, of course, there are some things that made school a good time. The many friends we made along the way, the few good teachers who actually knew what they were doing and were kind to the students, and the extracurricular activities that brought us joy. I quite liked school. Yeah, of course there's stuff I didn't like about school. Like some subjects that you're forced to do. You're like, oh, why I don't like this? Why do I need to learn maths? It's not yet, I've got... They'll never have a calculator in your pocket. Au contraire. 1990s maths teacher. Au contraire.
I have been touched by your kids. And I'm pretty sure I've touched them.
Hell, as awkward and sometimes as awful as school was, I still have so many of the friends that I made back then to this day, and I still cherish the memories I have at the time spent on the stage crew for the school plays and musicals. Me too. I mean, I like school plays and musicals. Like, I'm pretty bad at singing, so I didn't really feature very much in the musicals, but theatre was my jam. Like, I think I just got into that in secondary school and just never stopped being into it, and then did a little bit at university and then did nothing with it ever again. But I loved theatre, and then I got a scholarship. Like, I went to a school we had to pay for it, but then a bit of the way through got a scholarship, which I'm sure my parents appreciated.
I'm so proud of you.
However, there is certainly one thing we can all remember about school, and that's the school bus. The large and long yellow vehicle that came for us every single morning to ferry to our respective learning institutions, and of course pissed off all the drivers at every stop with their stop signs and flashing stoplights. Yeah, no, we don't have that in the UK. We don't, like, I've been on an American school bus. You would never guess where I've been on an American school bus. Guatemala. Like, I went to Guatemala. All of their buses are like old American school buses.
No yelling on the bus!
And they've not been adjusted. So they have these tiny ass seats. And you go there, there's no seat belts, there's no headrest, there's just barely any leg room at all. And you're just crammed into this weird old American school bus, which still says Dade County. Or whatever. I feel like I only know that from CSI Miami. But like, or County Dade? What was it where they had CSI Miami?
Dade County.
But like written down the side of the buses
Dade.
that's kind of been roughly painted over in a yellow that's sort of the same color. So if you're wondering, Americans, that's where your old school buses go. Guatemala. It was really bizarre. Sometimes the trips were pleasant, sometimes they were annoying, but it's all something we put up with, and it's something we all remember. So, what if I told you that one morning, everything went terribly wrong? That someone would stop the bus and take all the children hostage, scarring them for life from that point forward? That doesn't sound like it's going to end very well for you. That sounds like exactly the sort of thing. I mean, there's lots of windows on that school bus, no? Aren't SWAT going to arrive and be like, do it like in the movies? If you got a clear shot, take it. And then someone's like, I have the shot. And then the shooter's like taken out, and that's the end of it. And that's not the end of it, because we got like 9 more pages to go. But let's see what happens, shall we? Do you guys know this one? I've never heard of the Chowchilla kidnapping. I heard Chowchilla and I was like, oh, like Chihuahua? Or like, it sounds like Mexican. Well, that's the exact situation that we're here to discuss today, when in the summer of 1976, the lives of an entire bus full of children and the bus driver were changed forever when they were all taken prisoner by a group of vile men, all for the sake of money and enjoyment. Wait, it's like, I understand crime. Like, because crime pays. Like, if you're like, yeah, I'm going to do some crime, what are you going to do? I'm going to kidnap a bus full of school children. And it's like, why are you doing that? Well, money. And if the answer's enjoyment, then it's like, that's way more f***ed up. I mean, it's f***ed up. You're kidnapping children. But, like, it's way more f***ed up if you enjoy that.
Yes, it is.
Rather than just being like, no, I'm in it for the money. It's like, I'm in it for the money. And just like it. I just like it. It's an incident that put an entire town into a state of panic and fury that had them fearing for the lives of the vanished children and driver, and the extreme anger they felt towards the men who did this terrible thing. Does it turn out all right, or do we have another tragedy on our hands? Hands stained with the blood of a bus full of innocent kids. I feel that if that was the case, if in 1976 an entire bus of school children was murdered, I feel like I would know about... I know it was a long time ago. What was that, like 50 years ago, nearly? But I still feel like that would be something... Like, you know about... Jim Jones and the People's Temple, and what's that one with Timothy McVeigh who blew up that building? Oklahoma bombing. It's like, these are big casualty events. Like, that you're just like the Madrid train bombing and stuff. No, it didn't happen in my country, but it was big news. It's a big part of history. Well, that's what we're here today to discuss as we talk about what is believed to be the single biggest kidnapping in United States history. As the darkness, well, if it was the biggest mass murder in well, no, it wouldn't be, would it? So, I still don't know the answer. As the darkness begins creeping in on us again, join me as we discuss the insane case of the 1976 Chowchilla bus kidnapping. Bus ride of fear. It was just a normal day in the summer of 1976, though that always just seems to be the case, doesn't it? We go about our lives, keep to our routines, and without the worry that something unexpected, or God forbid, terrible, is about to happen. This was the case for one 55-year-old Frank Edward Ed Ray, just a normal bus driver going about his day, just another day on the job. He loved to work. He was happiest when he was busiest, whether it was on his ranch doing hard outdoor work or driving around the young ones of the town in his big yellow school bus, enjoying what he considered to be his downtime. Ed was very patient, a caring man, and more than anything, he loved kids, hence why he took the job as a bus driver. It was Thursday, July the 15th, 1976, in Chowchilla, California, and Ed had pulled up to a summer camp, opening the door for his little passengers. That day, 26 students of Dairyland Elementary School, all between ages of 5 and 14, had spent a wonderful day at the Chowchilla Fairgrounds swimming pool for a summer class trip. It sounds like a great time for the kids, having fun with their friends and splashing around in a large pool together on a hot, sunny day. It's the type of day we all experienced at least once, a day to remember from our childhood. I don't really remember anything like that. I guess I could if I tried, but it's not like there's one amazing day from my childhood where we went on this amazing... We went on some cool school trips, but it's like none of them particularly stick out as, that was the one.
All the wasted years.
Sadly, this day would stay with these kids forever for an entirely different and traumatizing reason. The parents of the children, 19 girls and 7 boys, waited patiently for the bus, waiting for their kids to come home, all smiles, all laughs, happy with their day, and excited to tell their parents what they'd been up to. Only the bus never arrived. Minutes became hours, and the bus was nowhere to be seen. The parents began to panic, and the police were called. Teams were set up. The search was well and truly on. The bad news broke into the media, and soon the whole country was invested in the story of an entire bus full of children gone missing. The entire nation was scared, everyone thinking of the children and the driver. But exactly what had happened? Oh, I see. For some reason, I talked about the sniper at the beginning, like taking out the person. I didn't realize that they were literally just going to drive the bus away. I have the shot. I assumed it would be a situation of, everyone get on the ground, stop the bus! Because they just got on the bus and drove it away? That's nuts! At around 4 p.m. that afternoon, the school bus was driving along a country road in Marion County. Ed drove along without a worry in the world, and the children were talking and laughing, still buzzing after their day at the pool. Out of nowhere, a white 1971 Dodge van drove up and stopped in the middle of the road, blocking it. Ed hit the brakes, bringing the bus to a screeching halt. Confused and infuriated, Ed exited the bus, fully intending to confront the driver of the van, wanting to know what the hell they were doing. But then Ed came to a stop, and fear clamped its hand around Ed's heart. 3 men, dressed in overalls, their heads covered in nylon stockings, emerged from the van, their hands gripping sawed-off shotguns. One of the men held Ed at gunpoint and forced him and the kids back in the bus. Jodie Heffington was just 10 years old at the time of the kidnapping, and years later, this year in fact, she recounted the events on the show 48 Hours for an interview. I'm going to guess that this year is 2023, not 2024 when I'm actually recording this, because I think I genuinely have about 150,000 words worth of Casual Criminalist episodes that have been written for me, and I'm just slowly chewing my way through because I'm so behind.
That's exhausting, being this vigilant.
It's kind of daunting. That's like 2 long books worth of Casual Criminalists just sitting in my... We use a project management tool called Trello, just sitting there waiting for me to read through. And it's like, I look forward to it. Like, genuinely, like, this is some of the most fun stuff that it's obviously not fun. We're talking about a bus full of school children being kidnapped. But just being able to read this stuff as a job and, like, talk about it, it's pretty good. The quote goes, "And this man came up with a stocking over his head with a gun and said, 'Open the door.' I've never been around guns. You only see bad guys in the movies with stockings on, so I know it wasn't good. He held a shotgun to my stomach. I thought he was going to shoot me." The quote ends. With Ed and the kids frozen in fear, the first man got behind the wheel. The third man returned to the van and prepared to follow behind the hijacked bus. Amid the sound of crying children, the kidnappers drove the bus to Barenda Slough, a shallow, dried-out branch of the Chowchilla River surrounded by bamboo and tall brush. There, they ordered Ed and the children off the bus before they ditched and hid the yellow vehicle. Another van was waiting for them, and the armed gunman forced Ed and the children to split up into 2 groups, forcing them into the 2 vans, taking off into the night. The windows were all painted black, and the interiors were lined with wood paneling, so none of the hostages could see where they were going, and they couldn't be heard from outside the vans. What came next was 11 hours and 110 miles of fear and uncertainty, with none of them knowing why this was happening or even if they'd make it out of the situation alive, since their kidnappers gave no indication of their end goal or intentions. In the words of Larry Park, who was 6 years old at the time, "Where their eyes were, it almost looked hollow. It was like looking at death." At around 5 a.m. the next morning, the vans finally came to a stop. They'd arrived at the destination, an isolated rock quarry in the town of Livermore, California. How did it take? They drove 110 miles in 11 hours? What, you drive it like just at walking pace? The armed gunman then forced Ed and the children to climb out of the vans one by one. Jodie Heffington remembered the thoughts she had at the time, and they filled her with even more dread. They'd take the next kid out, and they'd close the doors. But when they open the doors, you don't see them. I thought they were basically killing us, one at a time. Look, you're how old? Like, super young. It doesn't say, but let's say she was 10 years old or whatever. You could think that as a 10-year-old. As an adult, I think I'd be like, well, they're not just killing us randomly. They obviously want something. It's 3 dudes. It's not just one psycho, and they've got the masks on over their faces. So it's like they don't want to kill us, because otherwise they'd just be like showing us their faces and then they'd kill us. So that's a good sign. But even still, I'd be like, oh, are you going to kill me? Oh, no. One after another, each at gunpoint, the captors were then forced down a ladder to the quarry where something was waiting for them, a makeshift bunker. In reality, it was an old moving truck that the villains had buried 12 feet underground and had stocked with a limited supply of food, such as bread and peanut butter, as well as water, fans, a few mattresses, and limited air. The men had cut a hole in the top for easy entry, but the rest of the truck was buried underneath dirt and rock. Once the final hostage had been forced down into the ground, the men put a heavy piece of metal and 2 100-pound industrial batteries on top of the small entry point, and then covered that with dirt, sealing the kidnapped Ed and 26 children inside, plunging their hostages into utter darkness before they left. Ed did not expect his day to go this way. I mean, neither did the children, but Ed's suddenly like, oh no, now I'm the adult here. It's on me. I've got to like sort this out. I just want to be a bus driver and a rancher. Why? Ed and the children were terrified. They were alone, and they.
Now he's gonna tell us, but this don't make sense. I would be more confused than scared. I'd be like, dog, that made no sense. Why the fuck would he bring us somewhere? Put us in this dumbass quarry, and that's it.
They were in there for 16 whole hours, escaping the dark. So, what do we have here? We have a completely sealed up moving truck buried underground, filled with an older man and 26 children, all crammed together and buried alive with a gradually depleting air supply and total darkness. If that isn't the very definition of ligophobia and claustrophobia, I don't know what is. I don't even know what ligophobia is. Let's look it up. Ligophobia. Fear of the dark. Okay, there you go. That's ligophobia. There you learn something new. Unfortunately, our genius kidnappers didn't really think things through with regards to their little makeshift bunker. The fans inside the truck stopped working almost instantly. The roof was quickly starting to cave in under the weight of the dirt, metal, and batteries, and the air supply, which had been very limited from the get-go, was depleting moment by moment with the screaming and crying of the panicked children. Normally, this is where things would end tragically, with the death of all trapped within the truck. Thankfully, however, there were 2 certified legends in that makeshift cell. The aforementioned driver, Ed Ray, and 14-year-old Michael Marshall. Ed knew that he had to help the kids. He was the adult, and they were his charges, his kids, and he had to get them out of there. Michael was one of the oldest of the children, and he was as determined to save himself and the other kids as Ed was. So together, they got to work. They rallied the rest of the children, calmed them down, and then began to work together to get out of there. Jennifer Brown Hyde, who was 9 at the time of the incident, recalls what Ed and Michael told them at the time. If we are going to die, we're going to die trying to get out of here. Pretty soon, the captives made a discovery. By stacking up all the mattresses inside the truck, they were able to reach the ceiling. Then Michael and Ed climbed up, and using a piece of wood they found inside the truck, they tried to wedge it into the opening of the ceiling. It took them hours, but they managed to do it, finally managing to lift the metal cover and the batteries out of the way, and from there, Michael started to dig. To quote Larry Park, he dug until he was exhausted, and then he kept on digging. There was no quit in him. Hour after hour, Michael continued to dig, determined to save not only himself, but Ed and the other children as well. Then finally, after 16 hours had passed since their imprisonment began, the dirt gave way and light poured into the truck. Sticking his head out to make sure their captors weren't anywhere nearby, Michael crawled his way out, followed by Ed. Then, together, they managed to get all the children out of the darkness and to freedom. They'd managed to survive. They'd managed to escape. They'd been saved. And they did it all themselves. This is a terrible kidnapping plan. It's like quite elaborate, but also like, really, they just managed to escape from your trap. You couldn't have used a padlock or something, like literally anything to keep them in there other than like weight. Moving as quickly as possible, Ed, Michael, and the kids hurried to the security shack at the quarry and told the shocked guards what had happened. To say the guards were flabbergasted was an understatement. Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, there were 30 kids buried in a truck here. You'd be like, you what? Excuse me, come again?
I am so fired.
The live burial of almost 30 kidnapped people had happened right under their noses, not exactly something that occurs every day. The police were called, and pretty soon, the quarry was filled with police officers. Ed and all the children were taken in and brought to the closest facility in the area for safekeeping, which just happened to be the Santa Rita Rehabilitation Center. There they were questioned for hours on end, asked about what had happened to them, asked about the men who had done this, and only after the police were satisfied that they'd gotten enough information were all of the hostages finally allowed to return home. I can only imagine the relief and the joy that washed over every single parent as they saw their children once more. For more than a day, they'd been held hostage. For almost 28 hours, all those parents thought that there was a chance that they'd never get to see their children again, to hug them, to kiss them, to tell them they loved them. And now they had that chance, and their children were welcomed home with open arms and lots of happy tears. The horror that had the entire town and every parent of Chowchilla in a stranglehold was over. Almost.
The idiots.
3 idiots. So, would you look at that, Simon? A story involving kids on the channel that doesn't end in bloodshed. Yes, it's very nice. I'm happy. I'm happy this is why I haven't heard of it, because it was just a bungled kidnapping that went wrong, and they escaped. And that's nice. A nice change of pace, if you ask me. The kids were safe, Ed was safe, and all seemed right in the world at that moment. The only thing that needs to go righter is for these 3 clowns who tried to pull off this kidnapping just to go to prison for a really long time. Like, I'm thinking like 20 years. 15, 20 years seems about right for this. There was, though, one thing yet to be solved. Who the did this? Who were the three bastards who started this whole mess and sent the whole town into a tailspin of fear and worry? The short answer's a bunch of idiots. Now, first of all, let's talk about what their plan had been. After they buried Ed and the children, the three men had plans on waiting until dark before they would phone the Chowchilla Police Department with their demands. A ransom of $5 million, equivalent to $25.7 million in 2023, for the safe return of Ed and the children. A heavy chunk of change, but we'll get into it in a moment about why that was insanely dumb of them. They would also then demand the ransom money should be dropped from a plane into the Santa Cruz Mountains at night, and once that was done, they'd retrieve it from the landing spot under the cover of darkness, apparently thinking that not only would this have been accepted, but that the police wouldn't have multiple units combing the area looking for the kidnappers as soon as they had a location. Yes, this is real. Yes, they were that dumb. When they finally sat down to make the call, they immediately encountered a problem. You see, because a bus full of children had gone missing, the telephone lines to the Chowchilla Police Department were jammed completely. The parents of Chowchilla were in a frenzy, looking for any sort of answers. The media were being their usual annoying selves, looking for any and all information to use as a scoop for the news updates, but by this point, the story was nationwide news and thousands of people called in to provide the police with tips regarding where they could find the missing kids. Because of this, the kidnappers weren't able to contact the police with their demands. No matter though, right? They simply decided to wait a little longer and then call back later. Now, two things here. First of all, not only were all their victims still trapped and running out of air as they waited to make their precious ransom call, but the morons couldn't even stay awake long enough to make it. Yep, you read that right. The three kidnappers actually fell asleep while waiting to make their ransom call, and while they were passed out, their hostages managed to free themselves and were returned safely to their loved ones. Can you imagine? How could you possibly take a nap? It's like, no, I'm going to bed. It's like, yeah, but we've got this massive hostage situation going on. You don't want to wait up. And it's like, bro, I need my beauty sleep, dude. You stay up if you want to. It's like, I don't want to stay up. And then they all just go to bed. Like, what's going on? So when these three geniuses finally woke up, they flipped on the news and got to witness the news reports of the free children in real time. All that hard work, all that planning, and now they were forced to watch as their precious scheme was flushed down the toilet. Brilliant, isn't it? The police weren't too sure where to start their investigation, but with a kidnapping of this magnitude, the FBI was on the case in a flash. Uh-oh. It's like when you're just like, oh yeah, local police. Like, if I know anything from movies, it's like, yeah, local police. It's like they're gonna do something. I guess they're okay. But the FBI come on the scene. It's like, uh-oh. These guys are like the big boys. They dug out the truck from the quarry trying to find any sort of clue, and they found out that the truck had been buried and concealed there for 8 whole months before the plan was enacted. They then figured out the best place to start their investigation would be with the people who owned the quarry. The quarry was owned by a company by the name of California Rock and Gravel, and said company was owned by the Woods family and was managed by Frederick Nickerson Woods III, who himself was questioned, scrutinized, but ultimately cleared of suspicion in the case. But Frederick had a son, 24-year-old Frederick Newhall Woods IV, who had keys to the quarry, unlimited access, and free use of the facilities. Did this all seem like a coincidence at the moment? Of course, but it was enough. The FBI was able to get a warrant to search Hawthorne, the 78-acre property in Portola Valley, California, which was owned by the Woods family. Frederick had absolutely nothing to hide, but Fred sure did, and of course, at the time of the police search, he was nowhere in sight. Going directly to Fred's room, the authorities hit the motherlode, journals, a draft of the ransom note, maps, notes, plans, receipts for the vans and trailer, false identifications, one of the guns used in the kidnapping, the Jack-in-the-Box hamburger wrapper on which the kidnappers had written the names and ages of each kidnapped child. Bro, you're taking writing down your crimes to some next level right now. They even found a rental contract for a storage facility where they found the vans used in the kidnapping and a potential getaway car, a Cadillac. All of this was found in plain sight in Fred's bedroom, and at this point, me, Simon, the audience, and the whole world may want to collectively facepalm. It takes writing down your crimes to the next level. Yes, it does. I agree. Luckily, the idiot couldn't be asked to find a place to dump the kids that wasn't directly connected to him. Oh, and would you know, but old Fred IV had 2 best friends, brothers, 24-year-old James and 22-year-old Richard Schoenfeld, who he was close to. And speaking of the brothers, both of them had been previously convicted of motor vehicle theft, but had only been sentenced to probation. And wouldn't you know, they both seemed to have up and disappeared around the same time as well. Coincidence? I think not. With all this new concrete evidence and the failed plan literally written out for them, the police and the FBI issued arrest warrants for all 3 men. They had their suspects, and they were ready to pull out all the stops, a nationwide manhunt if they had to track these dumbasses down. Thankfully, they didn't have to spend much time on it. Only 8 days after the kidnapping took place, Richard Schoenfeld, the youngest of the three, turned himself into the police in Oakland, wishing for the madness to end, and he was held in custody with a $1 million bail. And it didn't take long for the others to get caught either, as a few days later, on July the 29th, James Schoenfeld was arrested in Menlo Park in San Francisco, California. Fred had actually made it pretty far in his escape, fast-tracking it past the Canadian border after he discovered the jig was up. But he too was arrested, coincidentally the same day as James, by the RCMP in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, after an all-points bulletin alert was sent out across the US and Canada to keep an eye out for him. What are you doing? If you're going to flee the country, don't go to Canada. Have you not seen movies? You have to go to Mexico. They're going to be less cooperative. Like Canada, they'll just be like, America, we got you. We got you. Mexico, you'd be like, you never know what happens in Mexico. Go to Mexico.
Who is this crazy gringo and what is he talking about?
But the question remains, why did these three numbskulls need the money? Why did they do this? We touched on Fred and his family before, but James and Richard also came from a very rich and influential family, since they were the sons of a wealthy podiatrist. Is a podiatrist a foot doctor? Look up. I think it's a foot doctor. Podiatrist. Medical professional dedicated to the treatment of disorders of the foot. There you go. Big brain. They had money. Real legit family money. So why? Simply, they just wanted more money. That's right, these three bumbling buffoons had screwed themselves over, done all of this for nothing, and dragged themselves and their families through the mud, all for greed. Misplaced and unearned greed from the already filthy rich. When asked about why he did what he did and why they specifically targeted a bus full of kids, James didn't hold back to quote, "We needed multiple victims to get multiple millions, and we picked children because they are precious. The state would be willing to pay ransom for them, and they don't fight back. They're vulnerable. They will mind." Absolute idiots. I mean, yes, I agree, these guys are idiots. They're terrible at crimes. However, there's a fair point there, isn't it? Like, kids are more precious, and they don't fight back, or at least if they do, they're small. So it's going to be easier to keep them in line. That's not bad logic. It's just that the rest of the crime was horrifically bungled and shit. Trial and aftermath. All three men were kept in custody for months awaiting their trial, but where exactly would their trial take place? It was believed, and rightfully so I'd say, that there'd be no chance of a fair and unbiased trial should Woods and the Schoenfelds be tried in Chowchilla. It wasn't until November that it was decided that the trial for the three would be moved out of Madera County, and that Alameda County, which is 150 miles away, would host the case. However, they might as well have not bothered. On July the 25th, 1977, a year after the kidnapping took place, Fred Woods, Richard Schoenfeld, and James Schoenfeld all stood before a judge. The mountain of evidence was as tall as Everest, and they knew that their goose was cooked no matter what sort of defense they pulled out of their ass. And so, they didn't bother at all. All three men pled guilty to 27 counts of kidnapping for ransom, with 18 other charges of robbery being dropped in exchange. Now for the sentencing, and this is where it got a little bit muggy. Both the kidnapping and robbery charges, along with additional charges of bodily harm, would have landed all three men in prison for the rest of their lives without the chance of parole. However, given that they pled guilty to the kidnapping, the robbery charges were dropped, and Woods and the Schoenfelds were all sentenced to life in prison, but with the possibility of parole. So, what does that mean? It meant that every year or two, these morons were up for parole, and with each and every hearing, the victims had to be brought to hear it, to testify again, and each time to relive the horror of the event that had scarred their lives. So from childhood until their adult years, many of those kids had to experience the trauma all over again. Joe Klinger, an assistant district attorney for Alameda County, told 48 Hours, quote, "Every time one of the kidnappers came up for parole, it triggered their fears and traumas." The events of the kidnapping, regardless of the parole hearings, changed the lives of all those children. Nearly each and every one of them was affected negatively by what happened to them, and no amount of therapy would make it all just go away. From nightmares about kidnapping and death to lifelong panic attacks, from personality changes to fears of things such as cars and the dark, it was a struggle for all of them. Many of them fell into depression. Many of them turned to drugs and alcohol, and some even had issues with the law, ending up behind bars themselves. It's impossible not to feel horrible for them. They never asked for this. It shouldn't have happened. And these greedy fools just took their childhoods, and for many, their adulthoods as well. In the words of Jodie Heffington, who I'll inform you sadly passed away back in January 2021 at the age of 55, quote, "Nothing was ever the same. Nothing was ever the same after that. I think it made me not a good daughter, not a good sister, not a good aunt, and especially not a good mother. I try to be those things. But it seems like it just took something from me that I can't ever get back, and I can't tear down, no matter how hard I try."
I don't really know how you, like, that afterward.
and no matter what I do. And so what of our three brain-dead antagonists? Where are they now? Well, it's my unfortunate duty to inform you that they're all free as birds. Yes, all three of them eventually received parole, even when it's clear that they very much shouldn't have. In July of 2012, Richard Schoenfeld was paroled at the age of 57 after serving 36 years in prison, and in August of 2015, James Schoenfeld was paroled at the age of 63 after serving 39 years behind bars. These are very long sentences, but no one died. And yeah, it's bad, but life without parole for this, I don't feel would have been fair. And that leaves good old Fred, the de facto ringleader of the whole fiasco. Well, I can say that he served a few extra years in prison, mostly due to his own stupidity, which shocks no one, I'm sure. Over the many years he served, his behaviour was that of an insufferable prick while in prison, and the entire time he attempted to minimise his crimes, acting as if what he did wasn't that bad. On top of it, he was constantly caught up in possession of contraband like pornography and cell phones, which he obviously wasn't supposed to have. And finally, it was discovered he was running a gold mining business and a car dealership from behind bars without telling the prison. What? How that Yutz was able to get away with all of that when he clearly lacked any sort of mental capacity is beyond me. Hell, the businesses were only discovered when a workers' compensation lawsuit was filed against him.
You've been served.
Getting the subpoena served to you in prison. And the prison's like, what the bro? You got a business? However, all good things must come to an end, and so Fred himself was paroled as well. Governor Gavin Newsom tried to block Woods' release, but it was all in vain, and Fred Woods was paroled in August 2022 at the age of 70. The real kicker? The son of a bitch inherited a trust fund reportedly worth $100 million while he was in prison. Oh my god, when you said his family had money, you meant he had money! And so once he got out, not only was he still wealthy as hell, but he bought a mansion a short distance away from the prison while inside, so he had a nice, lovely, giant home to come out to. Sometimes life just isn't fair.
That rich? Why the
Yeah, but he did spend like 40 years in prison. So that's 4 decades. That's longer than I've been alive. Wrap-ups. And just like that, our story doesn't end. With the trauma of the victims and the eventual freedom of the villains, this story has been covered all over the internet over the years, including here on YouTube from the likes of That Chapter and Anna Solves. Hell, I'd fully admit that I hadn't even heard of this dark endeavor until I watched other videos on it, so I figured I might as well give it a shot, bringing it to our audience in our...
Be right back. I'm back. Sorry for that.
In our own casual criminalist way. Our own casual. Those channels are so serious. Imagine a real-life Hannibal Lecter, who not only killed and dismembered his victims, but also served them as burgers to unsuspecting customers. Meet Joe Metheny, the notorious human burger killer who terrorized a community and left a trail of gruesome evidence. Brace yourself for a chilling account of one of the most heinous crimes in modern history and discover the disturbing psyche of a man who crossed all boundaries of humanity. Let's just jump in. On a warm summer's night in 1994, a tired and weary Joseph Metheny returned home to find his entire life in shambles. Joe was a truck driver for Joe Stein & Sons Pallet Company in Baltimore, Maryland, so he was used to being away from home for long stretches of time. But on this particular night, he had been working especially late. When he stepped through the door, he saw that his longtime girlfriend had left him, and she'd taken everything but the light bulbs. I once moved into an apartment and it did have light bulbs. And I was like, really? You couldn't have just... Rick, I know like LED light bulbs are more... This was a nice apartment. Like LED light bulbs, I get they're expensive, but did some light bulbs? Come on. This may not sound like a tragedy, considering Joe would later admit that he couldn't have cared less about his worthless girlfriends, or the furniture for that matter. However, there was something else missing, besides the boxy television set, rusted kitchen appliances, and countless piles of dirty, unsorted laundry. It was his 6-year-old son, the son that Joe had been working so hard to provide for. Joe's blood began to boil, his eyes bulged, and he twitched with anger. Normally, despite his outward appearance, Joe was a well-tempered and polite man. Standing at 6'1" and weighing over 350 pounds, Joe was a paradox. On the outside, he was a large, bald man with crooked teeth, covered in tattoos, but according to those that knew him, he was kind, mannerly, considerate. He was intelligent enough to study physics while training for service in the US Army. However, he also spent most of his life living in homeless camps and addicted to hard drugs. Yeah, well, there's the explanation, isn't there? Hard drugs. Don't do drugs. Don't get addicted. Do drugs. Drugs are fine.
What is drugs?
Just don't do like... I don't know. Kind of just like defending the softest of drugs here. Like, I don't think anyone... people still are. But like, no one's going to like have their life ruined by smoking a little bit of pot. But yeah, hard drugs and getting addicted to them, it's not a good time. It does ruin lives. This guy studied physics and he ended up homeless. All of that is to say, like so many people, Joe Metheny was a complicated man. But on this summer night, his lifetime of drug use combined with a feeling of betrayal caused Joe to snap. He wanted to know where his girlfriend had taken their son, and he was going to do everything in his power to find them. He knew that she was addicted to crack cocaine, a habit that he himself had been working hard to kick, and that she would most likely be staying with someone who could provide it to her. After this night, Joe Metheny embarked on a murder spree that left as many as 13 people dead as he stalked the homeless camps of South Baltimore City for over 2 years. This is the story of Joe Metheny, the barbecue burger butcher. A life of struggle. Now, before we talk about Joe Metheny's past and his upcoming crime spree, there is something that you need to know. Joe Metheny is an unreliable narrator, and unfortunately, most of the details available online about his crimes are self-reported. While talking about his life, Joe often contradicted himself, sometimes even in the same sentence. Some of the things he said were probably false, while others were at one time assumed to be false.
The bald man talking about a series that turned his victim meat, made ham out of it. Gave it to people. Long story short, we're watching a goat.
But later proven to be true. So going forward, you might be tempted to think that Joe Metheny is a liar or exaggerating his crimes as some serial killers do, but I don't think so. I think that most of his confusion comes down to one simple thing: drugs. Okay, so he might not be lying or exaggerating, but the drugs could lead him to do that inadvertently. like to exaggerate or just be confused about it or not remember or remember some things more vividly. For almost the entirety of his adult life, Joe was wasted on either alcohol, heroin, crack cocaine, or a combination of all three. Jeez, this guy was driving a truck around? Oh my god. Like crack cocaine, that just is like a... Well, no, it's methamphetamine. Meth's the one that really like makes you go, "Rrr," right? I don't even know what crack cocaine does to you. It's not quite like cocaine, is it? Isn't it like intense cocaine that you smoke? So I don't know if I'd feel like that's probably okay for driving a truck, but like heroin? Alcohol? No. Not that I'm saying I want truck drivers to be on crack cocaine. I'd rather they weren't. During his crime spree in particular, Joe admits that he was spending every single penny he earned on his vices and that his memories of the murders are hazy at best. To give further credit to his claims, Joe's own attorney, Margaret Mead, who was appointed to represent him at trial, once said, "I have no reason not to believe him. I have always found him to be forthright and honest. I think he's telling the truth." So in my opinion, Joe Metheny was not a liar. He was just incapable of remembering the exact details. Look, I know that we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but I wanted to set the expectation as we move forward, because the timeline is somewhat complicated. Therefore, going forward, I will be presenting you with what I believe to be the proper order of events. However, where there is doubt or contradictory evidence, I will interject to tell you the other side of the story. And with that out of the way, let's start with our first point of contention, Joe's childhood. Joe Metheny was born in 1955 to Jean Metheny and a father whose name is difficult to track down. One thing we do know is that Joe's father was a severe alcoholic and he was killed in a drunk driving accident when Joe was only 6 years old. After this, his mother was given the impossible task of raising Joe and his 5 siblings alone, while also working double shifts as a waitress to keep the family finances from going under. I cannot even imagine. My wife and I have 2 kids. She doesn't work, and it's still like... And we have help, not like full time, but we have like a babysitter, and it's still like, it's still hard. 5 kids, working double shifts. I don't work double shifts, I work regular person hours. And I'm not the main like caregiver. It's crazy. I cannot imagine it. And I know people listening are like, yeah, I know someone like this. Maybe you even are this person. Good Lord, good for you. I mean, I cannot even imagine. Joe claims that he was neglected as a child and that his mother sent her children away to live in foster homes all across Northern Virginia and Maryland. This is the first disputed point, as Jean Metheny's recounting of her son's childhood paints a very different picture. She says that, other than occasional financial troubles, her children did not have a single problem in the world. They were poor, but they always had food to eat and a solid roof over their heads. It's probably somewhere in the middle, isn't it? Like, sending them away, there must be some record of that. But to not have any troubles in the world when it's a single mother working double shifts to raise 5 children is like, I'm pretty sure my kids have troubles in the world, and they have the opposite of this. In my opinion, both accounts can be true at the same time if you consider them from different perspectives. Joe's mother was a working woman who always put bread on the table and made sure that her children were not forced onto the street. However, working that many hours to provide for them also meant that she was never home to raise and nurture her children the way that a parent should. So it is very possible that Joe felt neglected while his mother did not see it that way. It's absurd that that's a statement. Like, the children not force the children out onto the street. I know this was like the 1960s or whatever, but it's still America. America's been rich for a very long time. It shouldn't be happening in rich countries, guys. Children should not be on the streets in rich countries. It's just a bit, I don't know.
I have autism. Hey bro, I saw that. Yeah, sure.
It's not right, is it? She also claims that Joe was kind and polite child who never got into trouble.
Also, how did nobody expect a guy with the last name Metheny not be a... Like, let's be... Last name Metheny.
He was an above-average student, had normal childhood hobbies, and avoided getting into fights whenever possible. Joe says that his childhood was far more adventurous than the one his mother describes. I'm spilling papers everywhere. I forgot my iPad at home today, so I printed this out, and I just thought I'd read off a paper like I used to do before. I just had giant stacks of paper from all the scripts I printed out, and it just felt bad for the environment, so I just started using an iPad. But we went back to it today. It's a throwback episode. When Joe turned 18, he left home to join the army. This much is true and verifiable, but the exact details of his deployment are also disputed. His mother said that he was stationed in Germany. However, Joe told multiple people that he was actually stationed in Vietnam. He claims that his drug dependency started with heroin while living and fighting in the Vietnam jungle. As I said, there's no questioning the fact that he was in the army because official records prove that he was, but it's unlikely that he was stationed anywhere near Vietnam because, as many people online have pointed out, the US had already pulled out of the war by the time Joe entered the military and troops were no longer being stationed there. Either way, after leaving the army, Joe did not return home. Instead, he spent the next decade and a half drifting around, never really establishing himself anywhere, and choosing to live among the homeless population in various cities across the eastern seaboard. This is where his drug dependencies really started to take hold. He was already a heavy drinker, but soon he found himself needing more. He turned back to heroin and eventually crack cocaine. He attempted to maintain steady employment. However, that is almost impossible when you spend 10 hours each day passed out in a gutter and the other 14 desperately trying to score your next hit. Yeah, drugs destroy lives. And I mean, I don't know what the stats are, but there must be so much drug use that leads to homelessness, right? I mean, I know some of it is economic, but it's also situations like this. And it's like, I don't know. It's not a good situation.
Obviously, Simon, well done.
For over 15 years, Joe continued to live like this. He floated around committing crimes, acquired a few small felonies in the process, and eventually landed in South Baltimore City. Now in his late 30s, Joe met a woman. Like Joe, she was also homeless and addicted to various drugs, but when Joe found out that he had gotten her pregnant, he attempted to clean up his life to provide for them. To do this, he got his CDL, commercial driver's license, and started a truck for a pallet company called Joe Stein & Sons. At this point, Joe seemed like he was really trying to turn his life around. I'm not sure exactly where his family was living, but at the very least, he claims that it was a house and not some tent down by the river. Unfortunately, neither he nor his girlfriend could completely kick their drug habits, and on that fateful day in 1994, when Joe's son was 6 years old, she left him to score drugs with another man. This destroyed Joe and marked the start of the complete collapse of his mental health. The long night. To find his son, Joe spoke with friends, drug dealers, and work acquaintances, but nobody had heard from either of them. Since stalking his ex-girlfriend had become his obsession, Joe quit his job and dove headfirst back into the world of drugs, so there would be nothing to hold him back. After injecting or smoking his remaining money, Joe had no way to pay his bills and once again found himself homeless. He moved back into one of the homeless camps that he'd been living in previously, a spot known as Tent City, and began questioning people in the few hours of each day that he was able to stay conscious. After months of searching, Joe learns that both his ex-girlfriend and her new man had been arrested for possession of drugs and that his son had been taken by the state of Maryland and placed into foster care. With multiple felony convictions and his own drug habit once again weighing him down, Joe was convinced that no judge would ever release his son into his custody, which is a fairly acute observation there if you're homeless and the kid's in foster care. Foster care is not brilliant. It's not where you want kids to be, but if I were the judge, I'd make exactly that call. Now, at this point, any rational person might decide that the best thing to do is clean yourself up, find steady employment, and work your ass off to prove the judge that you are a reliable father. However, at this point in his life, Joe was not a rational person. In Joe's mind, his son was lost to him forever, and there was nothing he could do to change that. So, if he couldn't have his son, he wanted the next best thing. Joe decided he was going to murder his ex-girlfriend and the drug-pushing piece of who cost him his family. Joe asked the man where his ex was staying, and he was informed that the pair were headed to the Hanover Street Bridge to buy more drugs and to get high. Infuriated and seeing his chance to act, Joe grabbed an axe, which was occasionally used by the camp for self-defense against rival homeless gangs. He set off into the night after smoking some more crack, that is. When Joe arrived at the Hanover Street Bridge, he found two men, Randall Brewer and Randy Piker. Both were passed out on an old rotting mattress, high beyond belief and unintelligible. Joe quickly woke them and began grilling them for answers. He learned that these two men had gotten high with his ex-girlfriend, but they told Joe that the couple must have left after they had passed out. Furious, Joe raised the axe and brought the blunt end of it down onto the men's heads repeatedly. He left their bodies on the mattress, where they had just been sleeping. That same night, underneath that same bridge, Joe lured, interrogated, and killed two separate sex workers who he falsely believed could lead him to his real targets. However, instead of leaving them out in the open like he did with Randall and Randy, he decided to toss their bodies into the nearby Patapsco River. While disposing of them, Joe claims that he was spotted by a dock worker working a midnight shift. He confronted the man and then beat him to death with a steel pipe. The man's body was also thrown into the river. After about 7 straight hours of hunting, interrogating, and murdering his 5 victims, Joe Metheny waded into the waters of the Patapsco at dawn and washed their blood from his body and clothes. He then washed and returned the axe to the homeless camp. He found a nice pile of trash to use as a pillow and fell deeply into a drug-induced slumber. So this dude went from regular... Drugs are a hell of a thing. He went from pretty much just regular trucking dude to having this mental break, smoke some drugs, and then murdered 4 people. Was it 4 or 5 in one night? From nothing? Jesus. Don't do crack.
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh my lord. Murder after murder. For the next few weeks, Joe continued to search for his ex-girlfriend all across South Baltimore. However, unfortunately for Joe, his drug-fueled night of revenge eventually landed him inside a holding cell after police discovered Randall and Randy's bodies atop the old mattress. How did they tie this together? Unfortunately for the victims, because it had taken the police over 3 weeks to discover their bodies. Oh my, 3 weeks? Much of the evidence that tied Joe to the murders had already been lost or contaminated. This included the murder weapon, as on August 2nd, 1995, another homeless man, Larry Amos, had used the self-defense axe to murder another homeless man, Everett Dowell, underneath the same Hanover Street bridge. It wasn't until police began investigating this new murder that the bodies of Randall and Randy were even discovered. Larry Amos was then arrested and charged with first-degree murder, but that charge would later be reduced to manslaughter. He was given 8 years in prison. Feels a bit light for America in murder, of which he only served 1 year and 9 months. He murdered somebody he's literally an axe murderer. Use that shockingly light sentence as a barometer for how much police and judges actually care about the lives of homeless people. Good lord. Although Joe did spend the next year in jail awaiting trial, he was eventually acquitted and released back onto the streets. It's also mad that a dude can spend a year in jail awaiting trial and then be acquitted. That's insane. You just get arrested for something, obviously not in this case, but let's say you're innocent. They arrest you. You wait a year in jail awaiting trial? How is that fair? What is going on? Joe was now a charge-free and drug-free man, but the latter would not last long. He had been forced to get clean while in jail due to the low supply on the inside, but as soon as the first opportunity presented itself, he was back on heroin. With his name cleared, Joe returned to his old job site at Stein & Sons Pallet Company and convinced his bosses to rehire him. Because his boss had a habit of hiring mostly reformed felons, Joe Metheny was brought back on board as a forklift driver and paid a measly $7 per hour. With nowhere else to stay and not wanting to return to the homeless camp, Joe requested to use the trailer located at the rear of the pallet company's property as a home. He offered to be the property's night watchman in return, and his bosses agreed. The trailer, which was small, dirty, and collapsing into itself, was located at the rear of the Steins & Sons property and surrounded by tall trees. A chain-link fence and stacks of old broken pallets separated the trailer from the nearby main road. It wasn't much, but Joe quickly made it his home. Yeah, it's not bad for something totally free. Well, my expectations really low. It's like, all I gotta do is watch the property at night and you can live there for free. That sounds like quite a good deal, even though it's a dump. If you were homeless previously, that's a hell of an upgrade. A lot had changed for Joe Metheny over the past year, but one thing that remained the same was his hatred for his ex-girlfriend and his desire to see her dead. But despite his best efforts, Joe was never able to find her again. She had simply vanished, and Joe hoped that meant she was dead. Still, his anger lived on, and one night, while cruising through South Baltimore City, Joe spotted a woman that he vaguely recognized. Her name was Kathy, and she was dressed in a pair of cut-off jeans, a white pullover sweater, and white tennis shoes. She carried a purse over her shoulder. This was 45-year-old Catherine Ann Magaziner. She was a sex worker who had spent years on the streets and was addicted to multiple hard drugs. She wasn't Joe's ex-girlfriend, but she reminded Joe of her. He rolled down his window and called to her. She looked at him and offered a smile that revealed multiple missing teeth. She approached the car, and Joe asked her if she would like to join him in his trailer. He made promises of money and drugs, and she agreed. Inside his trailer, Joe and Kathy had sex, and then, while she lay half-clothed and high out of her mind on Joe's mattress, he lunged at her and strangled her with a nearby extension cord. She was too far gone to put up any significant fight, although even if she had been in her right mind, a frail 130-pound woman wouldn't have stood a chance against the massive Joe Metheny. What comes next requires its own separate content warning for anyone eating. Oh god, or maybe just anyone doing anything. This is about to get grim, isn't it? Because it's an episode about a dude who turned people into burgers.
What kind of hamburgers?
Cheeseburgers.
On the floor of his trailer, Joe proceeded to desecrate her corpse by harvesting as much muscle tissue as he could from the meatiest parts of her body. He stored this meat in Tupperware containers inside his freezer, and after disposing of the remainder of her body in a shallow grave in the forest behind his trailer, he seasoned this meat, cooked it, covered it in sauce, and ate it. This dude has lost his mind.
My goat. Crash out.
Drugs have made this dude lose his mind. I don't believe he was born this way. Something snapped. Like that combination of his son, his girlfriend taking his son away, and the drugs. Something went wrong. Like his brain got broken, and now he's insane. He claims he doesn't know why he ate her. He just did. Months later, he would return to her grave and further desecrate her body by cutting it into 7 pieces and reburying each piece separately. Her head was taken back inside the trailer, thrown in a box, and left to rot. Eventually, he disposed of it off-site, and it was never recovered. In the weeks following her death, Joe found that he was unsatiated with simply eating her himself. He gathered the supplies he would need to open a street-side...
Dog, there is no way crack is the reason behind this. Bro was just geeked out his mind. Like, I refuse. That's the only reason this happened. Bro was a geeker. Fuck. Like, bro is fucking mind. Like, dead ass losing mind.
Bruh. Dude. Barbecue cart fashioned a handwritten makeshift sign and ground up small amounts of her frozen remains into fresh beef and pork. He rolled this mixture into patties and loaded them into his food cart. Then, as unsuspecting people went about their day, he served them this rancid meat. They ate it without ever knowing what they were consuming. When asked about the food cart, Joe laughed and admitted, "I opened up a little open-pit beef stand. I had real roast beef and pork sandwiches. They were very good. The human body taste was very similar to pork. If you mix it together, no one can tell." Oh, that is not right. This did not stop with Kathy. Joe continued to lure homeless sex workers into his home by providing them with drugs. He killed them, harvested meat from their bodies, then dumped them all around Baltimore. He claims to have killed at least 10 women in this way, but due to the way homeless people go unreported, police were not even aware that they were missing. On November the 11th, 1996, Joe lured Kimberly Spicer to his trailer and attempted to sexually assault her with a beer bottle. She fought back, and Joe stabbed her 26 times in the face and neck. He then dragged her body to the woods behind his trailer and tossed it in the bushes. On December the 8th, 1996, Joe lured another woman, 37-year-old Rita Kemper, into his trailer, just as he did with the other women. Rita knew Joe fairly well, as they had been using crack cocaine together for many years, but Rita was clear that she was not interested in Joe sexually. That night, while high, Joe ordered Rita to remove her clothes. Rita resisted, and Joe hit her twice. While hitting her, he laughed and said, "I'm going to kill you and bury you in the woods with the other girls." Ooh. During their scuffle, Rita was able to slip out the door. However, Joe caught her and pulled her back inside. As he was removing her clothes, she managed to slip through an open window and make it to the chain-link fence that separated the Steins & Sons property from the nearby Washington Avenue. She then scaled the fence, cutting herself badly on the razor wire, and dropped down onto the ground on the other side. Joe Metheny watched helplessly as the first victim he had ever let escape flagged down a passing truck and disappeared into the night. This better be the end of it. Please tell me she goes to the police. The police go to his trailer. They look in the bushes and find all the desecrated corpses. And then he goes to prison forever and maybe gets a needle in his arm. Although he is in...
Hold on. Oh, Appy. I need this. Thanks for... Uh, uh, 13. I need to go see what my rap is. So, like 23 billion. Uh, let me. Okay, cool. I'd do that real.
He's insane. Oh, he's insane, isn't he? I mean, yes, he's a murderer, but he's obviously not in his right mind. He's not like... He was a regular dude and something snapped in his brain and now his brain is broken. Oof. A small complication. After Rita Kemper's escape, Joe braced for the worst. He was sure that she would go to the police, but for some reason, possibly because she was a homeless sex worker, Rita did not immediately report Joe's attempted sexual assault. I wouldn't be so worried about reporting the sexual assault, which obviously do, but also report the fact that he said, I'm going to kill you and bury you in the woods with the other girls. That is, you know,
That's just
there's also that. Still, Joe had no way of knowing this, and he was paranoid that she would eventually bring the police to his doorstep, so he began trying to hide the evidence. Joe gathered Catherine's belongings, her clothes, and her purse, and buried them far away from his own trailer so that if discovered, they might not be linked to her body. A couple of days later, Joe and a fellow co-worker named Clint Ashbrook were sitting inside Joe's trailer drinking whiskey and snorting lines of cocaine off Joe's dirty, dilapidated furniture. As Joe became increasingly intoxicated, his secrets began to spill, and eventually he revealed to his friends that he needed help with something important. He needed help moving a body. Clint thought that Joe was trying to pull a prank on him and agreed to follow Joe outside where he said that the body was located. As they approached the forested area behind his home, Joe began heaving away a pile of trash, leaves, and debris until Clint could plainly see the body of Kimberly Spicer lying in the dirt. By this point, she was bloated and covered in maggots. He told Clint that he wanted to throw the body into a nearby dumpster, but he didn't give him an exact reason why. At that point, I'd be like, okay, Joe, it seems you got a body here. Let's definitely move this body together and everything is fine. And then at the first opportunity, I would escape because Joe's massive. And I would assume that if I said, bro, what have you done? You've killed someone, that Joe is going to kill me. Play along, escape, go to the police as soon as possible. Joe then grabbed a tarp and began rolling the body onto it and once again asked for Clint's help. Clint claims that in that moment he was terrified of the much larger man and didn't want to set him off. However, he still refused to help by claiming that he had something else to do and that he would help some other time. He's
like, yeah, no, I'll definitely come back. We'll definitely deal with this body. I just have to return some videotapes, and then I'll be back, and we can do this.
Clint then left Joe by himself and sped off on his motorcycle, which some newspaper articles hilariously refer to as a bicycle, but for some unknown reason he returned an hour later with a peace offering of more cocaine. Clint says that when he arrived back at Joe's trailer, Joe was relieved to see that he hadn't gone to the police. He also said that Joe was sweaty and out of breath because he had moved the body himself. The two of the men then proceeded to party late into the night, drinking beer and doing cocaine until both men fell asleep on the floor of Joe's collapsing trailer. Clint, what are you up to?
You're making the bad decision.
It's like, instead of going to the VC, you go to buy him coke. Clint, what is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You're just getting yourself... This is like, drugs are one thing, but you're just becoming an accessory to a big crime here, Clint. The next morning, Joe acted as if nothing had happened the previous night, and Clint was left wondering if the man could even remember what he had asked him to do. That morning, when Joe and Clint's bosses, Joe Stein Sr. and Joe Stein Jr. arrived for work, Clint sat them down and told them all about the previous night. Joe Stein Sr. ordered Clint not to tell anyone about what he had seen. Joe Stein Sr., what are you up to? Now, I'm not a business owner, but I feel like maybe if I were a business owner and one of my employees had murdered someone and buried them on my property, I would definitely call the police and tell them that one of my employees had buried a body on the property. Yes, Matthew, because you are a regular person with a functioning brain. Why Joe Stein Sr. did not immediately go to the police was a mystery to me. However, I quickly discovered that Stein & Sons Pallet Company had a great many skeletons in their own closet. Oh my god, are they doing crimes themselves? They're like transporting drugs or people or something, like Pallet Company. What's on those pallets, Joe? Joe's? Oh, God. It turns out Joe Stein Sr., who I'll be referring to Stein Sr. for the sake of clarity and brevity, was a man with an extensive criminal background, multiple felonies, and a history of drug dealing and gun trafficking. Oh my God, these are big-ass crimes. Gun trafficking? At the time of Joe Methany's murder spree, Stein & Sons Pallet Company was under investigation by the FBI as part of an organized crime sting. Stein's company had been engaging in corporate fraud and the trafficking of stolen goods. Do you want to throw any more crimes in there? Good lord. I promise I'm not making this up. My jaw nearly hit the keyboard the moment I realized that I had accidentally stumbled into an organized crime story as well. Now you ready for the real kicker? Stein Jr. was working as an informant for the FBI against his own father. Wait, is Joe Metheny the story today, or is it the Stein family?
You want to suck my is what he said to his son.
Oh my god. The son in Stein & Sons had flipped for immunity from prosecution and been wearing a wire for months as the FBI slowly gathered evidence against his father. Stein Sr. did not want Clint to go to the police because he knew that they would find much more than a body if they investigated the pallet company's property. Unfortunately, on the morning that Clint revealed his discovery to Stein Sr. and Stein Jr., Stein Jr. was not wearing his wire and did not capture the confession. However, Stein Jr. did put Clint in contact with his FBI handler so that Clint would not get in trouble for failing to report Methany's crimes to the police. Later that day, while Joe Metheny was away from his trailer, Stein Jr. went to the back of the property and began looking around. Amid the stack of broken pallets and heaping piles of trash, Stein found a small opening that led underneath Joe's trailer. When he crawled inside on his hands and knees, he came face to face with the rotting corpse of Kimberly Spicer. Now you might be asking yourself, what are the odds that Joe Metheny just happened to find himself employed and living on the property of someone under investigation for organized crime? I mean, it's not out of this world impossible, is it? Well, if Stein Jr. and Clint Ashbrook are to be believed, and I don't have any reason to doubt their testimony, Joe Metheny was complicit in Stein Sr.'s crimes and was acting as the Stein family's enforcer. Joe Metheny was the muscle, the fixer, the person that Stein Sr. sent to do the family's dirty work. That kind of makes sense, seeing as he doesn't seem like he'd be a very successful truck driver, given the insane amount of drugs that he seems to be taking. Joe Metheny wasn't just a man on drugs who killed sex workers who resembled his ex-girlfriend. He was the Luca Brasi to Joseph Stein's Corleone family. That's a Godfather reference, Simon. Yeah, I haven't seen The Godfather.
What have I ever done to make you treat me so disrespectfully?
Oh, anyway, let's move on. Taking a breather. Now...
Uh, blah.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are two reasons why I did not mention Joe Methony's ties to organized crime up to this point. First, no one, including Joe himself, has ever officially tied Joe Metheny to the crimes of Stein and Sons. No charges were ever filed against him, and despite having ample opportunity and displaying an eagerness to confess, Joe never talked about or admitted to anything that Stein Jr. or Clint Ashbrook alleged. That means that even if we had wanted to tell you about Joe Methony's specific crimes, I wouldn't have been able to give you any details beyond what he may have been involved with by association. Without fully jumping into speculation, all I can say for certain is that Joe Metheny was tasked with guarding the Stein and Sons property by acting as its night watchman. That is all that he has ever confessed to. Second, I wanted you, the audience and Simon, to feel just a tiny fraction of the shock that the FBI agents must have felt when they learned that they had inadvertently stumbled into a full-on serial killer while investigating something completely unrelated. I have to say that yes, it's a shocking reveal, sure, but also criminals are going to work like criminals attract criminals. The fact that they hired this guy to be their enforcer, he's an enforcer. He literally does violence to enforce stuff for crimes, and he turns out to be a murderer? It's like, yeah, okay. That doesn't seem super surprising to me. Sure, it's a little bit of a coincidence. Okay, it's it's a medium-sized coincidence. Am I being unreasonable with that? Is that way less common than I think it is, that just criminals get up to criminally stuff together? I mean, can you imagine how Stein Jr.'s FBI handler must have felt when a random man approached him and said, "Hey, Mr. FBI man, your mole just outed himself to me, and I've got a hell of a secret to tell you." So with that out of the way, how does this affect the information that you have so far? Well, as I said when talking about Joe and his mother's separate recollections of Joe's childhood, two things can be true at once, and I believe that this is another example of that. Joe Metheny was a man who was driven to madness by losing his son, but he also worked for a shady boss and may have participated in far more crimes than we may ever know. Really, at this point, the only thing that needs to be amended about Joe Metheny's life story is the fact that his boss was involved in organized crime, but based on the reaction of Stein Sr. and Stein Jr. when Clint revealed the body to them, it's unlikely that anyone else at Stein & Sons were remotely aware of what Joe was doing during his off hours. So, from this point on, I will only be giving you the facts as we talk about how the FBI sorted through this absolute mess. The arrest of Joe Metheny. This new revelation by Clint Ashbrook lit a fire at the FBI. Up till this point, they had been taking their time to ensure that they had enough evidence to convict everyone involved. However, because of this new complication, they were forced to accelerate their investigation. This was due to the very real fear that Joe Metheny would kill again. They also didn't want to give Stein Sr. the opportunity to destroy any vital evidence before they could move in and make the arrests. On December the 15th, 1996, at 1:40 a.m., Joe Metheny and Stein Sr. were arrested while exiting the company's Christmas party. Joe did not resist. He did not put up a fight. He seemed like he had already come to terms with his arrest before they even slapped the cuffs on him. With their two main targets now in custody, the FBI proceeded to round up the grunts. One employee was arrested and later convicted for arson for burning down 2 trucks that belonged to a rival company. He was given 10 years in prison. 2 others were convicted of theft of merchandise, and Clint Ashbrook was also convicted of arson for a separate offense. Stein Sr. was charged and later pled guilty to 1 count of possession of stolen firearms and 1 count of destruction of property by fire. He also pled guilty to 1 count of aiding and abetting for his attempt to cover up Joe Metheny's crimes. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Stein Jr. and the other members of the Stein family who had cooperated with the FBI were relocated for their own protection. On the night of their arrests, many employees found themselves in hot water, but Joe Metheny's water was boiling. He was separated from the rest of the group and transported to the homicide unit of the Baltimore City Police Department. He's like, yeah, okay, we're just getting arrested for being an enforcer and all that stuff. I hope they don't discover the bodies in there. And then you get transferred to the murder department. And you're like, oh no. Where are the other guys? Why are they not here as well? Do you guys... Is it about the... Busted. When Joe was interrogated about the women who had been found underneath his trailer, investigators were shocked by what came next. Joe Metheny confessed. They assumed that he would lawyer up, shut his mouth, and say nothing like he did when he was arrested for the murders of Randall Brewer and Randy Piker, but Joe seemed to already know that he was sunk. He didn't hold back. He answered every single question asked of him by both the FBI and the local police. Joe confessed to the murders of Catherine Magaziner and Kimberly Spicer, as well as the slaying of Randall Brewer and Randy Piker. He confessed to the kidnapping and attempted rape of Rita Kemper, and then went on to confess to another 8 murders. During questioning, investigators asked Joe why he had killed Kimberly Spicer, and he responded, sense of power. I don't know. Vulnerable. I dread it. I got a rush out of it. I got a high out of it. Call it what you want. I had no real excuse why, other than I liked to do it. I don't know how to describe it. At first, they weren't sure whether or not to believe him, so they asked Joe to take them to the bodies. At this point during my research, I stumbled across a rather familiar name. During one of my recent videos for Into the Shadows, that's another YouTube channel that I host, by the way, check it out, I talked about body farms. Now, scientists use donated corpses to study human decomposition and perfect body recovery techniques. The pioneer of this field, Dr. William Bass, and his students placed corpses into an open field in Knoxville, Tennessee, to study how the elements affect decomposition speed. One of Dr. Bass's students that I mentioned by name was William Rodriguez. In the 1980s, Rodriguez was just another student. However, now, in this story, he's William C. Rodriguez III, Ph.D. He's also the leader of the forensics team charged with excavating the areas that Joe Metheny pointed out to his investigators. That's a fun little coincidence there that has just come up in one of my other videos. After having Joe describe where exactly he left the body of Catherine Magaziner, dogs were brought in to aid in the search. However, nothing was immediately recovered. Frustrated, investigators transported Joe to the location that he had specified, but Joe quickly amended his statement. Catherine was the woman who Joe had dug up and reburied multiple times. Now, standing at one of her many temporary resting places, Joe remembered the correct spot. Joe then gave them a new location, and Rodriguez and his team were able to find and unearth Catherine's skeletal remains. Just as Joe had confessed, he had dismembered and buried her in multiple locations throughout the woods. Rodriguez was able to find all of her remains, save for the cranium, which would never be recovered. Using the teeth of the body's lower mandible, he was able to confirm that the body did indeed belong to Catherine. Joe was transported to and from jail to various locations where he thought police might find more victims, but unfortunately, no more were ever recovered or identified. Dive teams were brought in to help locate the bodies that had been dumped into the Patapsco River, but this too yielded no results. Joe had said he used rocks to weigh down the bodies, but the police believed that they were not heavy enough and had have likely been carried out to sea. Trial and death. With a confession in hand, Joe Metheny was charged with the kidnapping, sexual assault, and attempted murder of Rita Kemper. At some point between pointing the police to the burial sites of his victims and going to trial, Joe changed his mind about confessing because initially he entered a plea of not guilty. Joe's lawyer petitioned the court to have his initial confession and cooperation thrown out, but the judge denied the request and essentially told him, too little too late. Can't you retract a confession though? Isn't that something you could do? It's like, no, that was a lie. But then it would still be a part of the court. In the court, the jury would be like, bro, why'd you say it then? Why'd you just spin that story? And then you got to fight that. But if it's just never in there in the first place, then they never get to hear it, which is obviously different when they're making their jury decisions. In the end, Joe was convicted of kidnapping and sexual assault charges. However, the jury acquitted him of attempted murder because there wasn't enough evidence to prove motive. Wow. There were all the bodies. Apparently shouting, "I'm going to kill you and bury you in the woods" with the other girls is not enough. For the charges he was convicted of, the judge sentenced him to 50 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Next, in August of 1998, Joe was put on trial for the murder and robbery of Kimberly Spicer, the woman he had dismembered, buried, dug up, decapitated, reburied, and eaten. Oh, okay, so I'm sorry, that was just one of the things. So this is, there's other bodies and other murder trials. In another episode of The Casual Criminalist, titled The Bizarre Case of Paul Powell, Danny talks extensively about the death penalty in Virginia and how certain circumstances can elevate the crime of murder to aggravated murder. To keep from rehashing that discussion and boring long-time viewers, I will keep things simple by saying that if someone commits murder while engaging in another crime such as sexual assault, robbery, or any other atrocious felony, their charge can be raised from first-degree murder to aggravated murder in the first degree. And Matthew's about to say that that can have the death penalty attached to it. This means that, per the laws of Maryland in 1998, had Joe simply murdered Spicer and left her body to be found by the police, he would only have been eligible for life in prison. But because he had robbed her, stripped her naked in the process, and stolen her purse, his crimes were elevated, and he became eligible for the death penalty. At his trial, Joe begged for death. While testifying, he turned to the jury, looking each of them in the eye as he spoke, and said, "The words, 'I'm sorry,' will never come out, for they would be a lie. I am more than willing to give up my life for what I have done, to have God judge me and send me to hell for eternity." On November the 13th, 1998, Joe's request was granted and he was sentenced to death for the murder of Kimberly Spicer. Unfortunately for Joe and fans of the death penalty, I just feel he was not in his right mind. I mean, I feel like more needed to be established about whether he was an enforcer and stuff and whether he had this other violent history, or was it just that his brain snapped from too much drugs and his son being taken away and he just lost his mind? Did they not even try that as a defense? Unfortunately for Joe and fans of the death penalty, the sentence was later overturned in the early 2000s and reduced to life in prison without possibility of parole. This happened after it was decided that the act of burying Spicer's clothing was an attempt to hide her identity, not that the murder was the result of a robbery. As far as the law is concerned, these are two distinctly different acts. God, that's such a weird law, isn't it? Joe was then convicted of murdering Catherine Magaziner, and all other charges against him were dropped once this sentence was handed down, as there was simply not enough evidence to convict him of any other crimes. One case in particular involved a woman named Toni Lynn Ingrassia, and although police were almost certain that Joe was involved in her death, they couldn't prove it. Tony's father was told that he would have to be satisfied with and share in the justice that was reached during the other girls' trials. After his death sentence was overturned, Joe transferred to the Western Correctional Institution in Cumberland, Maryland, where he lived until his death on August the 5th, 2017 at the age of 62. And that's where we end today's episode. That was a grim one. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon, and what we have today is Catherine Knight, Australia's female Hannibal Lecter. With these, I'm like, Casual Criminalist, it's a true crime show. We're mostly going to cover men. And in this case, I'm totally okay with, the criminal thing being less gender diverse, because when it comes to crazy crimes, it does tend to be men who do most of the killing. and totally cool with. I mean, obviously it's bad, but it's not like one of those cases where it's like, Simon, you should represent more women on the channel. Can you cover more women serial killers? But really, that's how we want to do it. But today, well, if you're that person, you're welcome, because I'm assuming Catherine Knight is a woman. I'm assuming that because I've never read this script. What happens here, if you're new, is Callum puts me together a script. Got a nice hefty one right here, and then I shall read it. I'm going to add a few comments and thoughts if I have any. I usually do. Maybe people will complain. And then afterwards, Jen, our wonderful video editor, is going to add some, and also audio editor, and she's going to add some music. She's going to add some images. If you're watching this as a YouTube show, if you're listening to the podcast, well, you just get to enjoy the music. It's how things work. You're familiar with the audio-visual medium. Let's jump into it. Early morning on the 1st of March 2000, relatively recent. I'm like, yeah, 2000 wasn't that long ago. It's like, except it was. I was 13, and it's 21 years ago, which is crazy. 1st of March 2000, the manager at a mining firm in the small Australian town of Aberdeen noticed that John Price, one of his best employees, hadn't turned up for work. That was extremely out of character for the usually punctual Price, so one of his co-workers was sent out to check on the missing man. Whispers spread around the office that something terrible might have happened to him, the sort of thing he often joked about. If I don't show up for work tomorrow, it's probably because she's murdered me. Oh my god. The woman he was referring to was his own partner, Catherine Knight. If I'm like, yeah, I'm not here, my wife killed me, but if I actually thought my wife could kill me, I probably wouldn't make those jokes. It'd be a bit too close time, wouldn't it? And I say joked, but recently it seemed less like a bit of harmless humor and more like an ominous warning. So it went from, yeah, I'm not going to be at work tomorrow. If I'm not here, my wife killed me, to be like, Michael, if I don't come to work tomorrow, my wife has murdered me. It's just a different vibe, isn't it? Everyone knew that Kathy had an explosive temper, but over the past month, it seems like she was really losing it. Just 2 days prior, Pricey had run to a neighbor's house to escape after she swung a butcher's knife in his face and threatened to slash him. Holy shit. Everyone had told him to get the hell away from her after that, especially after their conflicting reports meant the police never even arrested her. Kathy was still free to torment him, so maybe she came back to finish the job. I mean, look, even if this had never happened, even if this was, she'd never come at him with a butcher's knife. She did famously have a short temper. Look, we know, we've listened to enough true crime. We've seen enough CSI to be like, in this case, it's always the wife. Normally it's always the husband, because as we talked about in the intro of today's episode, men are more murdery. But in this case, it's always the wife, isn't it? That was what was on the co-worker's mind as he pulled up in front of John's house at 84 St Andrew Street that Tuesday morning to find the AWOL miner's car still sitting in the driveway. A next-door neighbor had also noticed that John wasn't up and about as usual that day, and the two men worked together to check in on him. They circled around to the side of the house to knock on Pricey's bedroom window. No response. So they decided to try the front door. It's a bit of a weird way to do it. It's like, feels very teenage, like, yeah, sneak around the back and knock on the bedroom window. It's like, we're adults, just knock on the front door. As they got close, they noticed something strange on the handle. A dark, reddish-brown stain. Holy shit. It was unmistakable. Dried blood smeared onto the metal, so they called the police. Good, you made the right move. As they waited for the cops to arrive,